Yo, can I be honest with you guys? I like want to change the intro screen or like the starting screen, but at the same time, tell me this is not an aura farming starting screen. Tell me to my face right now. That's not aura farming. It's iconic, bro. Keep it. I think it aura farms, bro. I think it aura farms. But what happens if you're someone who hasn't been here before? What if that's what you get led into? What if you get led into the starting soon screen? Do you just think this guy sucks at streaming or what? Augusta already T0? Augusta do be strong. Augusta do be strong. Holy fucking lag, bro. Did they fix Phoebe autos? I got told they fixed Phoebe autos. Let me see. Oh. They fixed Phoebe autos. Look at that. You see that? So you didn't know what you were doing? For what? I might call it a S0R1. Yo, congrats! Went for C3 DPS Consorella. Is my account bricked? Yes. Cap up. How's my Augusta now? I gotta farm it. Yo, what's up, Vivi? How are you? I gotta farm my Augusta. So we got the tier list coming in 45 minutes? Yeah, 45 minutes we'll be doing the tier list. What should I do? Chat, what else should I do today? So obviously we're gonna do the tier list and stuff like that. We're gonna talk about like whatever. That'll only be like an hour. Should I do the story? I can do the story. I can do like open world exploration. I kind of wanted to do the Nuzlocke today because I haven't gotten to do the Nuzlocke in a while. And I like playing the Nuzlocke. With the starting screen? Well, either with the starting screen, I go... Wait, do I have my gear on? I think I do. With the starting screen, I'm either going for the lighter screen or the Camellia screen, I think. Do Wuwa Nuzlocke? Do people want to watch the Wuwa Nuzlocke? Like, I don't know if people want to watch it. That's my only problem. What's the tier list? Tier list we're doing it at 11. How far did I get with it? I'm on Gym 2. I lost 2 Pokemon on Gym 2. A little bit diabolical. We're doing it blind. I don't know what any of the trainers have. I also accidentally didn't level up my Pokemon when doing it. So that's kind of cool. I also got double crit. Or no, I got triple crit. I got triple crit. I got triple crit in the gym. So I lost 2 Pokemon. That was really fucked up. And he also had 3 hypnosis on me. That'll be really good in the video when I make that. Because that was some super unlucky RNG. I got triple crit and he hit 4 back-to-back hypnosises. Hypnosis is a 60% ability, by the way. It's 60% chance to hit. That was crazy. Just saw the viewer polls. I'm excited for the next one. Dude, the viewer polls are going to make for a banger video. That was the most cursed ass session ever. I bricked everybody's account, bro. That was actually fucked up. I've never seen a more cursed session in my life. I didn't know. I feel like I should be banned from doing viewer polls for the rest of my life after what I just did there. It was that bad. I went pity on literally every single one except for a single one. And not only did I go pity on every single one except for a single one, I also lost every 50-50. Every 50-50 to Ling Yong. Every 50-50. Except for one I lost to Genshin. We got 4 Ling Yongs back to back to back to back. That was crazy, bro. That was a crazy dog shit one. If you guys want to brick someone's account, don't tell them about what I did there. And then give me their account, send them my way. Tell them I'm the luckiest guy ever. Have me pull for them. And I'll brick their account for them. And then they'll get super mad at you. And you can ruin your friendship. Thoughts? But it's a banger now. You can ruin your friendship. Got Augusta in one pull and her weapon took a full 80. I mean, that's a win. 81 pulls. W. W. I had Ling Yong this morning. It was in the standard banner. You're pulling on the standard banner? Pull on the weapon banner, bro. What are you pulling on standard for? I did some, I was doing some Augusta practice off stream. I understand how this character works now. But you know what's funny? I literally don't own the comp I was practicing. So I can't even show off my practice because I don't own Shorekeeper. Oh, dude, my Augusta blows ass. Hearing Anthem will be good for the Mortefi we'll build eventually. I do want to get Mortefi built on this account. Because that comp unironically looks fun. Or it is fun. The only problem, I don't have Shorekeeper, which feels really bad for the comp. Just because Rhinne feels like dog shit with Augusta. Augusta, like, it's so weird. Because if I have Mortefi, I mean, I guess I could play Rhinne with it. Rhinne with Pilova. The problem is, like, the Mortefi rotation is too fast. Because Mortefi doesn't want to be on field for that long. So then I have to, like, prolong my rotation on Augusta, which kind of sucks. So my builds on Augusta, it's dog shit. I have a new account. I already have Shorekeeper, level 45 box. I can pull Static Mist or the other. Should I pull Augusta or Carlotta? I have Static Mist. Oh, 45 weapon box. I have Shorekeeper. If you're going for weapon, you get the Static Mist on the Mortefi. You can go for Augusta. You get Augusta's weapon. Both are good pickups. I think Augusta is better in Weavile than Carlotta is, though. Actually, I don't know how she's going to perform without the shield buff. Right now, I know with the shield buff, she's performing much better than Carlotta is. But that doesn't really mean much. Is Augusta worth it? Is she strong? Augusta is strong, yes. So, Augusta is probably... Not probably. Augusta, if you have her signature, is the strongest free-to-play DPS in the game. The nice thing about Carlotta over Augusta, though, is the fact that you can pair Carlotta with more characters. So Carlotta can go with, like... literally half the roster. Whereas Augusta, you need specifically... Well, if you're doing the free-to-play variants, you're doing Mortefi. That's Augusta's only issue. So Carlotta's more versatile. But Augusta pops off. Isn't there a bug that makes Augusta worse than Weavile? Well, I don't know if it's a bug or if it's intentional. But yeah, the waves won't respawn. I think Kuro will give us another free 5-star like Chung Liao. Maybe 3 years from now. Maybe 3 years from now, bro. Until then, who knows? Why is Sunwa good for Carlotta? Sunwa basic attack? Sunwa's not good for Carlotta. It just works. Like, it's an option. There's a difference between good and an option. Sunwa is going to perform worse than characters like Daochi and Lumi, who legitimately buffer for free-to-play options. But if you already have Sunwa built up, you can use that. And also, if you suck at the game, Sunwa's fast rotation will make it so you don't have to deal with Lumi or Daochi to get back on the Carlotta faster, which will give you more damage. So Sunwa is nice in that regard. Because the important part, if you're bad at the game, is getting back on your main DPS. Bro, alright. I've talked about this before. There's like recommendations you can give for like players who are like newer or newish to the game. And that's like the people who need the help most, right? The people who need help most are players who like don't know what they're doing. But the recommendations I would give for those people are way different than like the recommendations I would just give normally. You know what I mean? Like unironically, I would recommend Sanhua over like Daochi and Lumi for a new player to use for Carlotta specifically, not because of the buffs, but because your goal is to get back on Carlotta ASAP. And unless you practice Carlotta's rotation, using the Sanhua as a much faster rotation is going to be better for them, right? Now they can get on Carlotta and actually do damage. I wouldn't doubt if you give any new player in the game that comp, they'll perform better with the Sanhua variant always. Because the actual, like, damage increase is so minimal. But then also, the only thing that matters is getting back on Carlotta to do damage. But if we're talking about being, like, fully optimal, Daochi and Lumi outperform those characters. So there's, like... How should I word this? I need help with this, because... There's like two different statements that are being made there. And people will take one statement I make and they'll assume that I'm saying something else. I don't know if I'm not being clear when I say this stuff. When I'm saying Sanhua is an option for Carlotta and I recommend people use Sanhua, I don't say that because it's like good. I say that because if you're a noob, you're going to have an easier time with the Sanhua than you are other stuff. After Sanhua, I recommend Yonga. Yonga's a good one too. It's like the same thing. You hate pancakes? That's not what I'm talking about. It's like no, it's like even like people aren't trying to like misconstrue stuff that I say. Will like misunderstand. Like there was a guy. How should I, fuck? What was the exact thing? I had this exact issue come up where I said something extremely clear, and then some guy that was like watching my thing to like get information or whatever, right? Completely misconstrued what I was saying, and then started spreading that to other people. What's a good example? The J-Stern conversation. That's a good example. Okay. People act like my only concern during the J-Stern conversation about HP inflation in ZZZ was the fact that Anton can't clear. But if you watch that conversation, we talk about every attack unit. I even mentioned that my specific issue is that the attack units are being left behind. And all that stuff, right? And then we started the soldier who wasn't even able to clear with like J-Stern piling it. I started piloting it earlier. Even at M3, I only got down to 234 piloting it. Then we had fuck, what was it? Then we did the Hugo run, and with his W engine, he was only getting a he only cleared with 10 seconds left, which means without the W engine, it would have been like a 240 clear. Especially since Hugo is like a breakpoint character. But then people will take away from that conversation that Anton was the thing I was complaining about. And I was like, Anton is the thing I'm complaining about. No, bro. The way the game is structured fucks over every attack agent. That wasn't the only thing I complained about. I complained about every attack agent. I even said specifically during that conversation. The conversation was about... Well, it was about HP inflation and power creep. Specifically about how bricked attack agents feel. Remember you're losing your mind grinding False Monarch for Augusta? I had a 10.1 heavy, 9.3 crit rate, 19.8 crit damage. Yo, fuck this guy or what? Do the tier list already? It's a collab tier list. We're waiting for... It's gonna be in 30 minutes. I gotta wait for Thunda. Also, shut the fuck up. I don't know how to word that, though. I don't know how to bridge that gap. Because there's a gap there. And then people will take... Because what'll happen is people will take things I say, and then they'll, like... And I don't think this is intentional. They'll, like... completely misunderstand what or why I'm saying something. And I don't know what to do about that. Wait, where the fuck is this? I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do about that. Honor Fusion's the best right now? Technically, if you're a Giga Omega Sweat, Zani's team is the best. And if you're not a Giga Omega Sweat, the best teams are gonna be, I mean, the best team is Cartetia's then. I don't think you're at fault. So, one thing I've learned is fault doesn't matter. Who's at fault doesn't matter. What matters is what my messaging is and how I get that message out. I don't give a fuck who's at fault. I don't give a fuck. Obviously, people are stupid and they're going to misconstrue what I say because I go very into detail. But there's probably a disconnect between what I'm saying and how I'm saying it and what people are hearing. And that's what I want to bridge. I want to bridge that disconnect. Because if I can find a way to like get my messaging across more apparent, that's better. Because otherwise, I mean, obviously, there's always going to be, like, people who are, like, trying to troll me or, like, rage bait or whatever the fuck that are just going to say stupid-ass shit. That are just going to, like, lie about stuff you say. That's always going to be the case. That's not what I'm worried about, though. That's always going to happen. If you watch my content or you've seen anything I've said, you can't come away to the conclusion to anything other than I'm a genius and I have 10,000 IQ. No Kappa. Ask Thunder if he still likes Weewa. Is he going to crash out over Weewa? Has he finally joined the Weewa sucks ass side? If so, based. Keep a section after the main part on YouTube, what they ask you on Twitch, where you can just say things like you would to a 5-year-old child. I don't want to caveat everything, like, explain everything like I would to a 5-year-old child. I also don't know that that's the solution, because people just don't watch that. They're just not going to watch that. They're going to watch whatever the main thing is. What do you think about the Genshin livestream? I haven't watched the Genshin livestream. Should I watch the Genshin livestream? I heard Genshin's livestream was peak. This is about the GM video? No. This is about, fuck. There was one specific topic. It was a video, it was the, technically it was the Pridwin video. Technically it was the Pridwin video initially. That was the one where I was like, bro, I'm literally saying words and people aren't hearing words. Example is, Songhua, actually, specifically. Yes. Actually, yeah. All right, I remember exactly what I was talking about now. No more Unk Brain. All right. So I was talking about Songhua, and I was saying Songhua, in terms of performance, is not S tier, which is objectively true. If you look at any calcs for Songhua, she does not perform at S tier. And I said specifically in that video right before that, literally 2 seconds before I said Songhua does not perform at S tier, I said in terms of pull value, you can argue Songhua is S tier just because she's a 4-star. But if she was a 5-star, you would never argue Songhua is S tier. You would never say that. But the problem is when we look at tier lists for other games like ZZZ, I would compare Songhua to Nicole. All right, I would say Songhua and Nicole, they're like very similar in terms of how they work in the game, except Nicole's more versatile. That's what I would say. But then people will take that and then get angry at the fact that you said Songhua is not S tier and be like, please shut the fuck up, bro. Show me a single Songhua team that performs as well as any of the 5-stars. Any. It doesn't. Nicole for Songhua? Unironically, yes. Nicole is better than Songhua. But the funny part is, I would unironically argue Nicole is a better 4-star than Songhua is. And I actually don't even think it's close, because Nicole is way more versatile and literally fits in every comp. Songhua is only good for basic attack buffers. The problem in this game is that we have so many dog shit 4-stars. Literally, we only have 2 good 4-stars in this game. 2.5. 2.5 good 4-stars in this game. We have Mortefi, Songhua. Those are the 2 best ones. Actually, I wonder if would I consider Mortefi better than Songhua? Probably not. Nah. Technically, for free-to-play variants, Mortefi outperforms Songhua right now because of Augusta. Truekeeper's overrated? She's definitely not overrated. Mortefi might be better than Songhua for new players. Yeah, I was wondering about that too, because, like, if you think about it, Augusta's performance with Mortefi is actually really high. So in that sense, you get more value out of Mortefi. But I mean, Sunhwa is nice because you can do some like stupid shenanigans on a lot of characters. So like she's like a lot of say like double ult rotations with Jian or Encore or whatever. You can do like some stupid ignorant shit there. Like she's a lot of cool stuff she can do. But her actual performance is technically worse than Mortefi is right now, which is really interesting. So yeah, I don't know. I'd have to think about that a little bit if I consider Sunhwa better than Mortefi. Because people will just jerk off and say fast rotation Sunhwa, fast rotation Sunhwa, fast rotation Sunhwa. That's true and cool and based and great and all that stuff, but it doesn't mean anything. Well, it does for the sense that like those teams can do like double ult rotations, but those teams doing double ult rotations are getting gapped right now. So it's super cool that Sunhwa can do that, and I actually really like it. I wish we had more characters like that, but that doesn't make her good. I can actually see a legitimate argument for Mortefi is now better than Sunhwa is. I can see a legitimate argument for that. I just killed myself. I still think she's S tier thanks to how many teams she fits in on the account. That doesn't mean... So the problem is, like, the team she's fitting in, she's not even, like, performing well. Like, the team she fits in aren't performing. Like, she fits in what? She fits in Cartetia and Camellia. And in the Cartetia team, she's doing, like, 40% worse than not having the Chacona there. Because you have Sunhwa, which is ridiculous. Ridiculous. A 40% drop-off from her 5-star option. You can't really say that's, like, fitting in. I mean, you can, but, like... Like, she can fit in as, like, a free-to-play option, but that's not, like, value, if that makes sense. I think... I don't know how I should put this. The characters Sunhwa, like, performs on are going to be, like, Camellia, who gets gapped by every DPS in the game, or, like, all the good DPSs in the game. But you can use it as, like, a free-to-play option, but all that stuff. And then Cartetia, where the difference is 40%, which is absolutely fucking crazy. And then Mortefi pairs better on the Augusta and does more there. But I guess Mortefi's problem is that he's less versatile. I guess that is a problem. Augusta has too many clothes. When I look at Augusta, the first thing I think is not too many clothes, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's not the first thought that comes to my mind. That's not even close to one of the thoughts that comes to my mind. That's not even close to anywhere near my mind, bro. Should you go Yuno or a Shorekeeper? I would go Shorekeeper. I'm assuming you're going Yuno specifically to use with Augusta. Just use Mortefi. Get Shorekeeper. Use Mortefi. Shorekeeper's going to be more versatile. You can build up Mortefi. Use a very Pogger Woggers 4-star. Why did I just do that? It is what it is. Are we able to get Augusta's weapon? Currently using Havoc Rover, Sunhwa, Shorekeeper. I'm confused between pulling Augusta or Carlotta. Havoc Rover, Sunhwa, Shorekeeper. Dude, Augusta and Carlotta, I'm split between which one to recommend. Because, like, Augusta's performance with Mortefi is higher than Carlotta's free-to-play performance. But the problem is Carlotta can pair with more teammates, and that has more longevity. Like, one of the problems I have with GN, when I bring up how much GN sucks, is longevity, too. A character like Sheng Liao can at least cope. Even though Sheng Liao sucks ass and doesn't do anything for any account, he can at least cope in the future to be, like, tertiary options that you can always run randomly on teams for players. But Jian's ultimate goal on any account is to get benched, because he literally doesn't do anything. So you're always looking for a main DPS that can just replace Jian. That's always your goal on every single account. But at least if you pull for, like, a Sheng Liao or something... At least if you do that, you can go pair him with, like, the gooder characters, and that's kind of poggers. And it's not going to feel great. It's not going to be their bis or anything like that. But at least it'll still clear. Whereas Jian literally will just, like, end up on the bench and do nothing. Jian's goal in life is to get benched. That's your goal with Jian. It sucks to say, but it is what it is. You don't have Shorekeeper? I don't own Shorekeeper. I think Pridwin said they didn't change Weewa. I also, I think Pridwin tries to use, like... I think Pridwin tries to keep things more player-friendly. So, like, new player-friendly and stuff like that. And so I think when they're giving recommendations for what characters to pull, they're trying to keep that in mind. And they're also trying to keep, like, what a character performs at without pulling for their biz. But also, like... I don't know. When we look at, like, other tier lists, almost every other tier list will always account for not only how a character performs in their biz, but also, like... Actually, let me just pull up. Pridwin DZZ. Pridwin 6 calcs correct. They're pretty accurate. There's like a little bit of a number discrepancy between like different theory crafters and stuff, but they're pretty accurate. What was I going to say pulling this up? What's a good example? If Lycon only performs in 2 teams, which is Mono Ice and Hugo, but he performs extremely well there. Well, he performs it one of the best in Mono Ice, and then really good in Hugo. They have him at 0.5 here. Partner Miyabi. They do this one different. I wonder how much the ZZ community would complain about this, because the way they handle ZZZ and what tier list is way different. Because, like, we can look at that same exact thing and then go over here to, how the fuck does this even make sense? If Frolova is literally the best Weewa character in the game. It doesn't make sense. T.5 Pog! Oh, they finally put her up here. Oh my god, I'm so proud of them. Look at this, they're so smart. Wow, even without Sig for Lova's T0. So proud of them. Wait, what did they change? Read the changelog for Weewa? Wait, where's the Weewa specific one? Reveille is more effective in tower than Weewa. Hanzo's performance in Weewa is boosted by limited weapon tier list, not because her own limited is as big as a deal. More for Lova being a more competitive character in the game mode, and she acquires a huge damage boost with her... She acquires the huge... As she acquires the huge damage boost her signature provides, which boosts Contorella rating as... Huh? Oh, is it saying with Furlova's signature? T.5. Wait, was that in tower? Madge! You scroll to the old changes? No, I was looking for whimpering, specifically. Oh, these ones. Furlova is the single strongest DPS in Weewa, bar none. Oh, wow! Hey! Who said that? Oh, that was me. Cool! Her reliance on limited weapons was like her signature or String Master. Like her signature or String Master doesn't matter because, much like Cartethi and Tower, damage potential is so high in the mode that it doesn't even matter to reach. Put it lightly, it scores above clear thresholds. Hence, she's become T0 on playlist. Tier lists. Hog! Due to the backloaded nature of her damage, even though she does good damage spread across her whole rotation, her kit is undeniably more tailored towards boss encounters than several waves of small enemies over an extended period of time. This causes her to have a lower rank of Weewat and Tower, even though she's capable of clearing. She's capable to exceed those thresholds with low effort, and this puts her placement in the apex bracket. I haven't tested her in Weewat yet. I've seen pretty good scores acquired with her, though. Single target situation she will mostly face in tower. The alternative playstyle of hers is usable, but we choose not to illustrate on our tier list due to how more niche it is compared to her standard hybrid use case. Read the paragraph before. If the Weewat HP inflation doesn't change, the tiers will have really big changes according to them. You mean Camellia and GN are going to go way down because they can't actually interact with the waves properly? Based. If you guys haven't played Camellia or GN in like recent Weevilles and stuff, HP inflation actually fucks them so massively. It's actually crazy. Camellia specifically, if your Camellia isn't well built enough to actually hit breakpoints, then you end up having to waste your giant ass forte. And then if the HP keeps getting higher, it's going to be harder and harder and harder to do. And you just get no value. It's really cringe. Why GN still in T1? They said they're going to change the list, I think. Feared one and being slow. Maybe more iconic too. It's fine if you use utility wheel abuse. No, I don't count utility wheel abuse as like actual clears. I think that's cringe. I think most people consider that cringe. Chat, do you guys consider utility wheel abuse as like a good way to like determine how good a character is inside of the game modes? I think not. Is anyone else experiencing black screen flickering after the update? I am, specifically when I load up the game. After the initial load up, it's chill. 15 minutes till the tier list, by the way. Just letting you guys know. If you guys got any questions, feel free to ask. I guess they have 3 different nuke. Did you know that? She has the Phoenix dropping. She has the... Why did I go in here? She has the Phoenix dropping. She has her ultimate. What's her third one? Oh, the Griffin, rather. The Griffin dropping her ultimate. Her other ultimate? Fuck. Thoughts on Hoyo TFT game? Oh wait, you guys said they added something to specifically Genshin. What was the stuff they announced in the Genshin livestream? You're a breath of fresh air in the Woo community. All the other CCs are drama farmers. Yo, glad to hear it, man. I don't really care for drama personally. People keep trying to come in here and starting drama. I don't really give a fuck. If people have opinions or like are angry about stuff that I've said or like want to debate anything I've said or whatever, I'm fine with like discussing it or whatever. But as far as like drama farming goes or whatever, I don't care. Let's do something meaningful with our lives. Also, streams are just chatting. Reaction streams are the wrong categories. Well, just chatting is meta. Drama farm 100k subs, Rhinne 11k subs. True, you guys got to sub and react and comment and like and subscribe and hit the notification bell. I already told you guys that. You guys got to do that. Otherwise, I'll become the most powerful drama farmer of your time. My drama farming will go hard. Said in the Genshin livestream, they're adding level 95 and level 100, but locking the level behind dupes after you get C6. You need 3 dupes after C6 to get level 100. Wait, what? Wait, that includes her 5-star characters? Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, what? Only 5-star? They're gonna bounce around that. It's not a big deal. It's being blown out of proportion. I'm not gonna lie. On its face, that sounds like a big deal. You have to go C9. How can that not be a big deal? How could that ever not be a big deal? You're giving 4 or 5 stars, but constellation only... We can only get one of each. So... It's a 7 to 10% damage increase per... Wait. Going from level 90 to level 100 is only a 10% damage increase? Then you're also getting the... So I don't play Genshin. Obviously, I'm not going to be the most knowledgeable on it. On its face, that sounds fucking crazy. On its face, that sounds actually awful for the game. I don't play the game though. But on its face, that sounds terrible. If they're giving constellations for free, and it's only a 10% damage increase, technically, you would end up getting more damage from the constellations you get for free every year than not. That's so interesting, though. So they use it as a way to both make money and boost players' accounts. Well, the new endgame modes are balanced around C6, right? If you don't have C6, you can't clear the endgame. Or you need, like, C2 of, like, specifically the very newest character, I think, in order to clear the hardest endgame right now. Reaction damage is 40% higher at level 100. But how much does that actually mean for the overall team comps damage? Because reaction just being at 40% higher doesn't really mean much by itself. That's for a skin that rotates? True. But it's still with the endgame they're balancing around. Wait, what? They're only giving old characters that are 2+ years old, not the good ones. They literally excluded each character that is good. That's what is good with early constellations that is 2+ years old. Is that a good thing? You know, this is probably going to be a hot take. That's probably a good thing to not invalidate older characters. That's probably a good thing. Because if they're going to go this route, unironically, that's probably the best way they could handle it. I mean, going this route sounds crazy fucking stupid. I don't know why they would ever do that. Because the reality is, they could just do the same exact change, but then not have it go to C9. But that wouldn't print them money. I need to murder some bears. Is this patch a good time to start Woo-Wah? Every patch is a good time to start Woo-Wah. Pog. Agenda pushing on Pridwin is crazy. Calx had Augusta weapon 40% above free-to-play 5-star. It's not agenda pushing, bro. There's multiple theory crafters out there, and multiple theory crafters are getting different answers. I don't know what the exact numbers for Augusta's weapon are, but it's ranged between anywhere from 30 to 40%. It's not, Pridwin's not pushing an agenda. I've seen other theory crafters get similar results to Pridwin's. But I think on the higher end. Pridwin's numbers are wrong. Why does why are there calcs that have the damage increase at 40% versus having it at fuck, what was Pridwin's? Pridwin's is like slightly under 30, I think. Been rechecking calcs and can't find any mistakes with them. Are those calcs done specifically with Mortefi in mind, or? I've seen other theory crafters give like in the 30s for numbers. I think I saw 33% for one of them. I'm not a theory crafter personally. I just parrot whatever numbers I see from people. Don't get it twisted. But you know, theory crafters are all Hoyo shows and all their calculations can't be trusted because their casuals can't pull it off Kappa. Bro. I do think it's slightly weird that there's like different calcs for like... Actually, I wonder. Hold on. For the Genshin players, when people talk about like calcs and how good characters are, do they talk about like free-to-play friendliness and like noob friendliness as like reasons for characters, or do they talk only from like the POV of like what's like good if you're good at the game? Free-to-play? Do they talk about... Well, do they talk about specifically like both? Okay. Both. This game, I feel like the prominent people only talk about specifically... You know, I guess... it's kind of funny to think about. Didn't Meiji get cooked for just showing slightly sweaty rotations? I thought that was fucking hilarious. That is hilarious to think about. You show a sweaty rotation, and you get cooked for it. That's ill. Genshin isn't free to play, bro. I don't think a game at 5 years old is going to be... I mean, if you pull for like the newest units and stuff like that, it probably wouldn't be that unfree to play friendly. Unless you're talking specifically about trying to kill Stygian. But if you're trying to only do like tower and stuff like that, it'd probably be fine. You'll find out when you revisit Genshin. True, we're going to be revisiting Genshin on Monday. True. Is Stingy with pulls? I've seen the pulls you get per patch in Genshin are actually crazily low. I don't know. Why do they cook you so hard on the pulls? It's actually crazy. You have one character per patch? Yeah, exactly. So you only have one character per patch, so having less pulls wouldn't matter as much. But there's like, if you're like a new player going to the game, the negative pulls would be so bad. Because there's so many characters. There's like 100 and something characters in that game, bro. I was seeing calcs in two different scenarios. The casual 1, 2, 3 versus the most optimal one. This way people have a spectrum of damage a team can deal. That would be cool. Maybe that's a better way of handling it. Actually, that's probably a better way of handling it. Oh no, I get what you're going for. So it's kind of interesting. If you have, because Genshin releases less characters than WoW. WoW is releasing them like double every. Actually, no, we had a single for Lova. We had a single on for Lova. I think ZZ is doing doubles, right? When's the last time ZZ did a single? Call out a free-to-play team. You're either gonna use Daochi, Lumi, Yang, Sanhua, one of those characters. GG out of the guts, you can't use her anymore? True. He's never done a single? Really? Damn. Never done a single. Fuck you, stop mentioning Daochi. Do you want me to just say she doesn't exist? I hate the character too, bro. Don't play Daochi. But like, huh? You want me to pretend she doesn't exist? Honestly, if you think about it, that's what Kuro does. I should do the same thing. Thoughts? I'm sorry for shit talking you, Kuro. I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have done that. I'm gonna get cursed on my polls. I mean, Yo, W Kuro. 10 out of 10 patch. I thought for Lova's story was a 10 out of 10. 11 out of 10 even. 12 out of 10. 13 out of 10. $14 out of 10. Aww. Alright, fine. It was a 20 out of 10. Okay? It was a 20 out of 10. Oh, wait, hold on. It has to be the newest patch. Wait, my bad. Okay, Augusta, story, peak! Dude, this new enhancing ritual is not working out for me. I don't know what I did wrong this time, though. How is the Augusta story? Should I do the Augusta story today? Me when I pretend I care about gacha stories. No way, bro. It's fine. It's okay. You forgot to add the way would never? Could never. True. Dude, you know what I miss? I miss the days of seeing HSR players shitting on Genshin. I thought that was hilarious. The Genshin could never shit. Wait, why is everything black and wait, what the hell happened to my screen? Wait, what? Wait, what was that? You guys see everything turn black and white? I've never seen that before. For Lova? So if you for Lova ult and go away. Wait, that's funny. Wait, I want to do that. So if I for Lova ult and then I walk away. Wait, my game's not loading. Wait, what? Aww. You gotta wait for it to end? It has to manually expire, so I just have to sit there? Okay. So I just go walk away? So we for Lova ult, and then we go walk away, and I'll go port. Can I port then? I go port over here? No. There's a little cuddle waddle down there. If this has havoc damage on it, on Midnight Veil, I'll use it. Spectro. This game is piss. You get any sponsor for DNA? I saw EO do a sponsor video about it. Am I even allowed to say it? How does Augusta feel without her signature? just okay. She's very strong without her signature. Well, it depends what you're comparing to. If you're comparing to, like, other signature characters, then, her not having a signature is gonna feel bad. But if you're comparing to signature list, she's good. Still. She feels bad even with signature. True. Augusta feels terrible with signature. True. Kappa. I for love on Contarella. Should I pull for Shorekeeper or Augusta to start building a second team? Shorekeeper's gonna get more value for your account longer on. That being said, Augusta is a very good pickup too. If you're gonna pull for Augusta... Huh. You have to ask yourself what you want now. Shorekeeper is really good in terms of account value and longevity. Augusta's going to make it, so you have to tunnel in on Augusta to build her. If you end up doing that, your account's probably going to look like Havoc Rover plus Contarella plus Forlova. And then Augusta, Mortefi, Rhinne. But if you pull Shorekeeper now, you're going to have to pull another DPS later on. But the thing is, like, Augusta is one of the best DPSs you can pull. What I would do is, unironically, 100% the map and pull both. I think I want Augusta. Augusta's not a bad option to pick up. When's the tier list? Oh, fuck. It's right now. True. Bro, your voice is so calming. Thanks, babe. Glad to hear that. Guys, is my voice calming? I'm glad I can help put you to bed. My team is only level 70. I can almost clear tower left side with a boss like 20% HP left when the timer is minute 3. Nice. Do you think it's necessary to pull Shorekeeper for Rhinne as S6? Well, the thing about Shorekeeper is that you can use Verena on one team, and you can Shorekeeper on the other. And then you have 2 versatile supports, so you can pull for DPS and sub-DPS. Both are good. Both are good. It's up to you. It depends on how much you need the extra supports. Pulling for supports is never going to be a bad option. Yo, Thunder's donut walling me. Yeah. Oh, he's ready. Oh, bet. All right. You guys ready for a tier list? We love tier list. Pogger Wogger. Let me pull up the tier list. Was it pull pants for the Nuzlocke account? I don't know, because I have Brant right now, and I'm kind of bricked. Okay, patch 2.6. What tier list? I have Brant, but he has no signature. Patch 2.6 tier list. Ooh. Or tier list maker. Maker. Wait, how do I get a tier list? Wait, let me make a tier list. Oh, there it is. Oh, perfect. You said yeah. All right, let's call. Yo.
Yeah.
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 What is yeah?
That's just special. It's not special, just different way of saying yo or yeah. Yeah. Anyway,
yeah. Oh wait, let me share my screen with you so you can actually see. Hold on.
hi.
That would be helpful if you could actually see the tier list. Actually, I didn't talk to I didn't talk to you too much about it. How do you want to do this tier list? We're gonna do pull value, right? With signatures?
Oh, pull value. Damn, that's an entirely different conversation.
Wait, how do you want to do this then? Do you want to do pull value or do you want to do strength?
I mean, usually I make tier lists based on strength.
You want to do a
I
strength?
mean, it's up to you.
I think pull value is a better metric for players generally. If we're doing pure strength,
Hmm.
hmm.
I feel like they appeal to different markets, you know?
Let's ask chat. Chat, do you guys want a pull value tier list or do you guys want a strength tier list?
Chat. Okay. Streamers have infected my vocabulary. I just say chat when I'm in a random VC now. I hate it.
Dude, chat literally pops off. Both.
Chat.
No. We're not doing both. Are they say
I don't
pull
have
value?
the time for that.
The people
Oh,
want
well.
pull value. All right. Yeah, it's literally all
Okay,
pull
well.
value.
Okay, chat, I'm gonna kill people, okay?
All right, we're doing a pull
Anyway.
value tier list. All right.
Let's just make an entire new tier at the bottom and call it every sub DPS 5-star.
Yo, based. Hold on, you ready? We'll make
Except
an
Brent, except
inland
Brent.
tier. All right, it'll be an inland tier. All right.
As she used to have a claim to fame, but with Augusta here, even that's gone.
All right, let's do the patch 2.6 pull value tier list. We're going to be using signatures as our metric. So every character on here, we're going to assume as a signature. You guys can look up calcs to see how the damage difference is going to be without signatures. I'll leave that up to you guys.
For
the 43%. Let's go. All right, let's start off
Smiley
with
face.
dude, we can't start off with Augusta. That's a brand new character. You can't do that. You got to tease a little bit.
She's got okay. Hold on. Let's start with someone no one cares about. Hold on. Let's do Zhezha. No one cares about her.
Okay. We got Zhezha. So Zhezha is, in terms of pull value, I don't really see a reason to ever justify pulling for Zhezha. I'd probably personally put her in C tier. I think she only really gains value in pairing her with like Carlotta, pairing her with Jinchi, and then outside of that, she doesn't really do too much. So I don't see a reason to ever pull her, especially when characters like Brant can just perform that same exact role, and then you have more versatility in what team comps they can actually go for. So I don't value Zhezha whatsoever. What are your thoughts on her?
I mean, I'd say she's at least worthy of B tier because Carlotta is a very good DPS. Like, we can't undersell being best in slot with Carlotta here. I am willing to undersell being best in slot with Jinchi a bit because she has more than enough alternatives. Not Cantarella, though. But I think just being the best in slot with Carlotta, like, sure, Carlotta has alternatives, but you're still best in slot with one of the best carries in the game, you know?
The problem I have is the biggest strength of Carlotta as a DPS is just how versatile she is. She literally pairs with half the roster. So I actually don't find that much value in having Zhezha on an account, just because if you're saying best in slot in Carlotta is the reason why you're doing it, and then you're also saying that Jinchi, being a character that it has kind of fallen off pretty hard recently. Well, honestly, all the 1.0 characters have fallen off pretty hard recently, outside of Shorekeeper. Actually, even Shorekeeper is falling off a little bit. But I just don't see any value there. I'm fine with putting her B tier. I'd probably personally put her at C tier in terms of pull value. I would always recommend someone, just like, if you're going to pull for like a sub DPS character there, literally Brant is right there. You can just pair him with any other character in the game too. You have versatility there, and then you can always use your Carlotta elsewhere.
Brant later. We'll get to Brant later. But, I mean, I'd argue Carlotta's biggest strength is not her versatility, because if we're going versatility testing, I'm looking at Phoebe. But if we are arguing, like I think Carlotta's biggest strength is the sheer consistency. Like, you quite literally cannot mess you can't mess up when playing that character.
True.
I'd say that's Carlotta's biggest strength. She's the only character in the game, in my opinion, that actually performs the way she's calced.
All right, I'm fine with putting Zhezha at B tier. I think B or C is pretty similar to each other. I wouldn't put her anywhere near the top, even though she is BIS for Carlotta. I personally, I would never recommend someone to actually pull for Jesha, even though she is obviously good with Carlotta. I just don't see the value of it. I value characters that are able to perform with other characters outside of just their BIS. It's one of the biggest metrics for me for pulling on an account. I think it makes accounts age better too.
I mean, for me, okay, that's definitely one way to look at it. I'd say for me, you have to strike that balance between versatility and strength when it comes to your pull value, because, like, okay, what I like to call it is effective versatility, right? Because sure, you can have 10 teams, but if 9 of them are mediocre, I don't value them, you know?
True. Yeah, I'm definitely considering strength. I'm not saying like, oh yeah, you can pair with this character. You can pair Augusta with Inlin, and Inlin has versatility because she can go with like Jinchi and like be mid, and she could go with Augusta and be mid, or she could go with Sheng Liao and be mid, right? Like versatility in that regard doesn't really mean much, right? The actual like performance of it matters. We can move on from Jesha though. I think we
yeah, I mean, last time we made a tier list, we also made changes midway through, so.
Right. You want to just put Inlin in F tier or what?
Yeah, like, okay, I will explain it to chat because people get mad when you say this character isn't good. So, while her damage output is good, this damage output is heavily, well, let's just say it doesn't counter the fact that her best teammates aren't that strong. Like, the best way I can describe Yinlin is her best team is with Augusta. Augusta's best team is not with Yinlin.
Mortefi literally performs better than Inlin does with the Augusta comp. So yeah, I don't even see a reason to ever pull for Inlin. If you pair with like a Sheng Liao or something, you're making Sheng Liao not do stuff he wants to do. And then there's just like literally no point of doing it. You can pair it with like a few characters. You can pair it with like Augusta. You can pair it with Sheng Liao. You can pair it with Jinchi. Oh wait, go ahead. What were you gonna say?
I'd argue Sheng Liao is not even that big of a pro, to be honest.
Exactly. Yeah, no, exactly.
Like, being good with Sheng Liao is like, oh wow, bro, you're good with the who I would argue is the worst limited DPS right now. Wow.
Exactly. So that's exactly what I mean, though. Like, you're pairing with characters who don't even like really want you. It's essentially like the antithesis of what Sheng Liao wants to do anyway. Because staying on field makes him perform so poorly against bosses. There's just no reason to ever pull for Inlin. It feels bad for her, especially with her being like she was so hyped on release too. I feel bad for Inlin mains. I feel so bad for them because they get trashed all the time.
You wanna know something that hurts?
What?
I pulled Yinlin for Kocharo. Yeah. Oh, I made the mistake of clicking on the guide depot. Oh god.
You put ER on your Frolova, bro?
No, what do you mean Frolova with Augusta? I'm sorry, she literally deletes Hecate off the field.
It still works. I've seen the calcs still technically have it performing better than Mortefi from what I've seen, even though there's anti-synergy there.
Oh yeah, no. That is not at all what I'm getting from mine.
I've seen calcs that have it higher than Mortefi, like about 10% higher if you have signature, but there is anti-synergy there with her deleting the thing, which I don't know why they did that. We can talk about that a little bit when we get to Augusta. Let's do you know what, you mentioned Frolova. Why don't you go ahead and start for Frolova?
Okay, I would say that I would say Frolova, I'm bouncing between A and S. I'll probably put her in S for now, to be honest, since we are going with signature here. Like, okay, sure. Frolova is not a top tier performer in tower, but she definitely gets close to it. Like, I'd argue she is very much a top 5 tower unit in my opinion, especially for running her best in slot team. And even then, she has multiple teammate alternatives. It's not like you're stuck in that mono Havoc team, which thank God I'm never pulling Rocha ever. And I would argue that she is the best Whimpering Waste DPS bar none. Like, I don't think anyone realistically comes close to her in Whimpering Wastes.
I've seen people mention that they want Frolova in her own tier in Whimpering Waste because she's that ahead of the competition.
Oh, we actually had that conversation in my Discord server today. That every character should be lowered because of her.
She's just that good. Yeah, I'd put her in S tier as well because she's just the god of Weewa. And then you talked about like versatility doesn't matter unless she's actually performing. Well, she can.
But she is.
Yeah, exactly. She is performing. She is performing in the other team, so
Like
she gains a lot of
even
value
with
there.
Donjin SK, she's performing. With GN
Exactly.
Cantarella, she's the one holding that team. She's the one keeping that team alive. Like
Exactly.
she works with Phoebe, and it's a good team. Like she's got so many good teams.
Mm-hmm.
Like she's the definition of effective versatility to me. Like her and
Right.
Phoebe are the definition of that.
Yeah, I agree. I think I was gonna put Furlova an S here. I think she is one of the best characters you could probably pull for right now. Just the fact that she can slot as a main DPS, a sub DPS, she can go in a bunch of different team comps, which is not something we could say for a lot of characters in this game that can slot into
Zani.
those roles. Like sub DPS
Zani.
characters, yeah, Zani. I was gonna say even specifically for sub DPS characters, like think about like how versatile is sub DPS characters, right? How versatile is Jesha? She goes in like 2 team comps and that's it. Like the sub DPSs in this game that can actually pair with multiple teammates have a lot of value currently. Because I think I'm not sure. I want to say it's largely just because there's not too many characters in the game for now. So like characters that end up buffing like a specific damage type don't get too much value there. So maybe characters like Inlin or whatever can end up doing a little bit more, though her numbers are just going to probably be too low for the future. But for Lova, that's not the case. I'm comfortable putting for Lova an S tier. She has like free to play shenanigans you can do too with like using Havoc Rover in the Contarella team. You don't even have to use the Roachia, and that performs very similar. S tier.
Like I'd argue that I'd argue the primary reason most sub DPS characters aren't that valuable is because, well, most of them kind of just don't have that many teams where they're that good. Like they really are built for that one specific DPS, but for Lova, because she was built to be the DPS, she just works with so many people because her personal damage makes up for any lack of buffing she might have.
I agree. I love Furlova, dude. This is one of my favorite characters. It's funny. I was not expecting to like Furlova when I first saw her, but after playing her, after testing her, after messing around with her, she's so fun to play. I love her. I love her. Let's talk about who should we do next?
You can have a pick. You can have a gander.
I can have a pick. All right, my turn. My turn. Ooh, let's see. Let's do Camellia then. So Camellia, I think, is a character that's fallen off quite a bit recently with changes to Weewa. Specifically, actually, I want to talk about Weewa here. So Weewa changes where they started increasing the HP of it, and the delay between waves harms characters like Camellia and GN specifically, because those are characters with their mini hits that need to be able to kill waves in order to get to the next wave. So for Camellia specifically, what that means is if you can't actually kill the wave on time, your forte gets wasted on a wave where you're doing like half the HP of the wave instead of like deleting entire waves with your forte. So in reality, compared to what Camellia used to be, where you're just like deleting waves with your like giant lawnmower spin and you're just like grass cutting through everything, now unless your Camellia is stupidly well built or you're lining up the rotation exactly properly, you're not even going to be able to cleave those waves to have your Forte skill be able to do it. So you're going to have to waste your Forte skill during Weewa. So in Weewa, she's actually fallen off a little bit. You're not going to see like super high scores on Camellia like you used to. And then we obviously have a new god in as far as happy DPSs go for Lova. So Camellia loses value there in the same archetype as well. Exactly. So like, there's no reason to pull for Camellia when a Furlova exists. I used to like Camellia a lot too. She was one of my highest. I think on the last one we even put her like A or S or something like that. I'd probably put her in B tier.
Yeah. Okay, so I value individual strength a lot more than comparisons. Like, I agree with everything you said there. I do believe that she fell off a bit, and tiny little rant here. What I hate about Camellia and Weewa is when you're fighting exclusively small mobs, and she is just above them. I hate that when that happens.
Right.
Because they can barely not hit him. Anyway, I don't compare that much when I rate characters. It sounds really contradictory, because Tierlists are all about comparisons. Like, I'd argue that Camellia can still go in, like, a low A tier, because she still okay, even if she did fall off a bit in Weewa, she's still good there, and she's still good in Tower. Like, I honestly can't say that she is a mediocre character now. Like, I can see the justification for B. I just value individual strength more than comparing characters to other characters.
The only reason why I would put her in B tier is specifically just because Furlova exists. And if Furlova exists as a Havoc character, I don't see a reason for me to ever pull for a Camellia over pulling for a Furlova when Furlova is doing Camellia's role, but better.
I mean, that's true. I actually got a comment on one of my early Forlova videos being like, if she's just straight up Camellia power creep, I'm quitting the game. Okay, man. Hope you're having fun.
We can move some characters around too later on. I'll put her in A tier for now. We can move her around if need be. I'd put her in B tier personally. Let's see. All right, I took my pick. Who do you want to pick next?
Okay. I've been getting in a hot water about Shang Liao recently. Okay, so for the context, so that the people understand, I made this video last week about me believing that Electro was in a really weak spot, and that how I believed Augusta was going to be a big help for Electro. Which, ended up being true, because, I'm always correct. Anyway, moving aside. In that video, obviously, I talked about Shang Liao and how I believed he wasn't that good anymore. Like, he just isn't special for any reason.
Mm-hmm.
People flamed me. It's insane. People hated me for saying that. I even had this dude go to my Twitter page and start an entire argument with me on an unrelated post. Like, man. Like, I don't understand where the glaze is coming from. I'm willing to put this dude in C tier. Like...
That's actually higher than I thought you were gonna put him. I thought you were gonna put him down in D tier. Okay. Yeah,
I said, I value a character's performance a lot compared to like how they I don't compare characters as much. Like if we were talking about pure comparisons, a lot of these characters would be ranked really low because welcome to Kurt Ua. But yeah, like I can still value Shang Liao's strength. Okay, well, quote unquote strength. I can still value what he has. It's just that when you compare him to others, he no. But when we look at pull value too, like he doesn't have great 4-star teammates. Like sure he can quick swap with Chong-Li and he can be a hyper carry. Mm-hmm. But both Yin-Lin and Chong-Li have teams that are better than running with Shang Liao.
Yeah, I agree with Shang Liao. Me personally, when I'm looking at these lists, one of the things I value extremely highly is versatility, because specifically it means that when these characters end up getting invalidated or you pull for like later characters, are these characters going to be able to get value? So one of the reasons why, spoilers, I don't like Jian so much is because Jian's goal on an account is to get benched. Your goal is to pull a better character than Jian and never have this guy ever again. And then he will get literally zero value because he serves no role other than being a main DPS. Shang Liao can at least cope in being like a sub DPS, and if you invest on him in an account, he's not going to perform as good as other characters, but at least he gets a little bit of value in the sense that you don't have to completely bench him. You can use him to cope and like clear some side towers and stuff. And so I value characters like Shang Liao, sub DPS characters like that, a little bit more. I put him in C tier as well, though. I don't think there's a real reason to pull for Shang Liao, but if I see an invested Shang Liao on an account, I'm not upset about it whatsoever. I'm not like, oh, dude, I have a Shang Liao, I can't clear. I'm like, oh, I have a Shang Liao. It's not ideal. This isn't like a Cartethia, but it feels fine.
I would like to say one thing. I don't believe in calling him a sub DPS. He's a quick swap DPS. Entirely different archetype.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Dual DPS or whatever you want to like officially call it. What I would say is, yeah, I don't consider him like his main DPS performance is obviously not the best. His goal is to be like not a primary carry. So you can slot him in with other non-primary carries and make him versatile like that, right? Like you can pair him with Carlotta. Obviously, it's going to be worse than her best teams. You can pair her with like Chong-Li. You can do dual DPS stuff there. If there's like future characters that allow for dual DPS, you could always pair him there too. So he has a little bit of longevity in that regard. But it's not like Shang Liao himself is performing too well even when doing that. But I still value that a little bit. I still think that's fine for an account or fine for a character rather. I think when people look at like the value of characters, that's one thing I think is kind of undersold. And why it's part of the reason why I don't value characters like Jesha either too much. Like even if it's theoretically base for Carlotta, the reason why I wanted to put Jesha in C tier is that like you have two teams you're going in and then that's all it's doing for an account. So what does that mean for like the future of that account? If you end up getting, say, maybe even like a better character for like Carlotta, or you get like better characters for like Jinshi, then where's the value of the Jesha going from there? Are you going to like cope and use it somewhere else? No. At least Shang Liao, you can cope and use it somewhere else and he gets value there.
I feel the future is too hard to predict to like really future into. Yeah, this is something that in the Genshin community we'd call future impacting, which essentially just means talking about a future that you have no idea what it looks like. So like I understand what you mean, but I feel like if we're gonna go into the direction of can the character be good in the future, hey, they could in the future just make 0 heavy attack DPSs and Frolova's sub DPS potential is entirely dead. They could just do that.
True.
Like, if you don't know where the future is going, don't talk about it, you know?
I agree. I agree in terms of no, I agree with that largely. I'm not like to be clear, I'm not saying that I think like Sheng Liao is a character who's like, well, future proof is never a word I would use for any of these games. Yeah, I don't know. I agree with what you're saying. I don't think that takes away from what I'm saying though. Like my goal when I have a GN is to bench him. My goal is to not have that character on my account ever. So if my goal is to bench GN, yeah, well, your goal is to bench Sheng Liao, but Sheng Liao copes on other teams and is still able to clear on that, right? Still able to clear coping. GN's not gonna like perform the same. But we can move on from that. We can talk about
Yeah.
Let's see. You did Sheng Liao. I'll do Phoebe. I'm gonna put Phoebe in a solid A tier. I think Phoebe's really good. She has a lot of teams she can go in. She can perform as a main DPS, sub DPS. She's obviously best in slot with Zani, which, if you're a Giga Sweat, is considered the best team in the game right now. If you're not a Sweat, she still performs extremely well on that team. I think being top 3 or number... No. I think number 4 for performance if you're not doing like sweaty quick swap stuff or something. Around that area. And then she also has main DPS capabilities. We talked about like teammates you can pair with earlier. You can literally pair Phoebe with half the roster. You mentioned Frolova. Yeah. You can do like...
This character is ridiculous.
You can do like Chong-Li, Sanhua, Mortefi. You can do some stupid stuff.
Yeah. Last live stream, actually, I think we talked about... actually, no, Okay, one of my friends was like, I think Frolova has the most teams out of every DPS. And I wrote down the list of every team Phoebe had. I'm pretty sure I got like 15 different teams. This character is insane when it comes to unit consolidation.
Yeah, I agree. I like Phoebe a lot. I think Phoebe's a really strong character. I'm a Phoebe enjoyer. You can literally pair her with half the roster. And that's one of the things I value a lot in a character. I think it makes it good. I think it makes it good for being able to... I mean, I guess this is where like a little bit of like future whatever comes in, where like if characters end up having to be shuffled around and you have to cope a little bit on like where teams go, Phoebe's always a character that's going to be able to just eat up like random ass characters that end up performing, right? Like if she pairs with like you can just do quick swap shenanigans with her, pair with like some stupid stuff like Chong-Li, Sheng Liao, well, I already mentioned like Sanhua, Mortefi, all that stuff. She's just good.
Mm-hmm.
Do you with the A placement or the S, or do you want to put her in S?
I agree with A. I think the only thing holding her back from S tier is the fact that as a main DPS, she isn't some kind of amazing top tier Omega Destroy Tower character. Like, that's the only thing I feel holds her back. And here, like, okay, hot take. I feel like Phoebe as a character does not have weaknesses. There's not a single thing that prevents you from just using this character and performing. Except for, like, Multi-Wave and Weewa, but we have a solution.
I was going to say Weewa.
But we have a solution for that, and her name is Shikona. So, like that's the only
I thought her name
issue
was
that
Zani.
Phoebe has. Okay, well, that too. Okay, cool. You just made my point even stronger. Thank you. But yeah, like, I feel like Phoebe as a DPS isn't some kind of insane world ender, and Phoebe as a sub DPS is kind of locked to Zani, which is the only reason she's not getting into S. If either one of those weren't the case, she'd be an easy S tier.
See, like, here's the problem I have with putting Camellia in A, is I want to put Phoebe at A, and then Camellia on the same tier as Phoebe. Like, I would tell anybody to pull for a Phoebe over a Camellia. But
okay, here's the thing. Yeah, I mean, I agree with this, but we'll get more about that when we rank more characters, because I feel like we're gonna see a lot of the recent releases in S. So, yeah, I feel like I want to wait. Yeah, I want to wait more until we rank more characters, because obviously I'd recommend Phoebe over Camellia any day of the week, but like, would I really recommend Phoebe over like some of the other future S tiers that I'm not gonna reveal yet because gotta watch the stream, baby.
All right. Let's move on from Phoebe. Let's go for who? You know what? Let's rip the Band-Aid off. Let's go with Augusta. S tier or what?
we're putting her like, okay, I'm sorry. This character is stupid. Like, okay. In Whimpering Wastes, I don't think she's as dominant, obviously, which is good. I hate it when a character is good at everything. So yeah, I'm gonna obliterate every Zani play anyway. I hate it when a character is good at everything. So I do like that Augusta isn't some kind of world ender in Wiwa, but her tower performance needs to be studied.
Dude,
How can I be okay? How can Kuro Games make a mechanic that explicitly says don't quick swap, and I still do it?
Dude, when I was first playing Augusta, it felt really awkward to get used to her, but then once you get used to her kit, and once you understand how she actually works, you can do some crazy stuff with her. Like her quick swap potential. Have you seen, even in Wiwa, so wait, did we get confirmation on whether or not her pausing waves in Wiwa was a bug or not? Like the waves respawning during her ult?
Okay, so I think that how it works is, you know how in Wiwa you have like different phases? Like first you have like a ton of small mobs, then you have a couple elites, and then you have a mix of both.
Right?
I think those are all counted as separate quote-unquote waves. So like if you're in the like enemies will respawn, but a new wave won't start. I think that's how it works.
Okay. Okay, yeah, I see what you're meaning. Yeah, because like all like the babies will spawn. There's like two sets of baby mobs that will spawn, like the little minions or whatever. Those will spawn together, and so I'm assuming that counts as the wave. Okay, I see what you're saying. So like the next set.
Yeah.
Oh, whoops.
Yeah. The amount of times that Augusta ulted, killed like 2 mobs, and then wasted the rest needs to be studied.
I will say, oh, what was I talking about? Oh, or quick swap. Yeah. The only thing you have to do is when playing Augusta, you have to be a little bit careful. Make sure whatever character you're outroing into end up using their actual outro skill once you outro from Augusta into them. Otherwise, you're going to make your rotation go twice as long for no reason. You're going to screw up your run. But yeah, once you get over that, which is like a pretty small hump to get over, Augusta feels really good. She has a lot more quick swap capabilities than I thought initially. I thought that would lock her out of quick swapping her thing. And it does feel a little bit bad. I will say it does make her a little bit less quick swap friendly than she could have been otherwise, because otherwise you could have just started quick swapping instantly the second you get out into the second rotation. But she still has quick swap capabilities, especially if you see in like the even like Mortefi like shorekeeper team or whatever. At the start of that, you're like giga quick swapping. You swap like 8 times or whatever before you even get back into Augusta to do the full rotation. It's pretty sick.
You saw the run that I sent you, right, where I was quick swapping between them.
Yeah. I'm gonna do I'll show chat like an Augusta, how to play Augusta or whatever right after this. This character has a lot of quick swap windows.
Yeah, like I will say it's just an unnecessary layer of difficulty that Kuro added for no reason. But yeah, like it's still very much possible. You just gotta find that workaround. Honestly, you wanna know the thing that bothered me the most about playing Augusta for the first time?
What?
The fact that you have to hold her ultimate.
Yeah, dude, it's so awkward. I kept tapping it and I got confused. I thought it was like bugged or something. I just kept tapping it. I was like, dude, why is my ult not working? What is this stupid bug? And then I figured out I had to hold it. It's because she has 2 ultimates, so they want to make it so that it's separated and you can use both at the same time.
Yeah, I just learned to buffer the animation by holding it during the plunge down animation.
Wait. During the plunge, you know how you can like, if you like hold it or whatever, I'll use it like towards the end of the Griffin. Does that Griffin do damage if you just buffer it? Or do you have to wait for it to land?
Yes. You still get the damage if you buffer.
Okay, banger. I was waiting for it to land. Okay, I didn't know that. Cool.
But yeah, honestly, one thing I want to note about Augusta, right, is the fact that my rotation, like my very first rotation in tower, aka when I don't have Shorekeeper's intro skill and when I don't see any of my quick swapping benefit, right?
Right.
The fact that is still 25 seconds is insane. Like, I'm sorry, how fast are you, Augusta?
I really like what they did with their kit in the sense that they made her pair well with free-to-play units. We didn't get like another Chikona Cartetia situation. We got something more similar to like how the difference between like Sanhua and Rochia for Camellia, right? Where it's like with your performance on Sanhua with Camellia is going to be really strong, and then we're assuming that with the higher buffs on Yuno, that's going to be much higher that's going to be higher for Augusta, but it's not going to feel bad because her performance with Mortefi is actually legitimately good. If you watch like clears in tower right now, obviously there's a show buff, but like there's like sub 40-second clears already without her even being like fully properly built, without people like fully min-maxing her rotation using free-to-play variants. That's crazy.
But yeah, honestly, okay, Yuno does have an addition. Like I did actually read her kit because it is in game,
right?
And okay, buffing wise, I don't think her buffing is that much stronger than Mortefi's, because okay, Mortefi has like 50% extra attack. Like he has static mist, Empyrean, and his S6. Yuno has more amplification, but I feel at a certain point you're just gonna start getting diluted on the amplification. Yeah, Blessing of the One Light, it's like down, but like not it's like the second to last section. Like, I feel like one thing that's gonna happen with Blessing of the One Light is that that you need time to stack it up, you know? I think that's, you know, because you need to gain shields for it.
Right. I mean, it'll be pretty cool to see the actual, like, performance of it when it comes out. Can't speak too much of that until we actually get full confirmation on everything from but... Oh, yeah, no for here. We can move on to the next one. Let's see. Who do we want to do next? So we did Augusta, the banger. We can do...
Okay, so we talked about a banger. Do we want to talk about an absolute flop?
What's a flop?
Cantarella.
You think Hanzarella's a flop right now?
I think Cantarella is and always... Cantarella is designed to be a flop. I don't think she's quite Yinland tier, but I cannot be comfortable ranking her anywhere above C.
I'm surprised with that. I was going to rate her higher than Jesha, specifically because her performance in the Carlotta and Jinchi teams is just barely under that of Jesha, but then also you have the ability to slot into Havoc teams as well. I would say like her performance with Furlova is extremely good, especially in Whimpering Waste with obviously that's Furlova's best team, but then if you can slot into literally Jesha's best teams and then perform almost as good as Jesha, I don't understand how that can't be like a higher value character.
Okay, so first of all, I wanted to follow it up by saying I believe Jesha should be moved to C as well. Like after thinking about it more. Okay, one thing I will say about Cantarella, right, is that she doesn't actually perform that well in Jesha's best teams. Because her energy generation is absolute bricks, meaning you need higher ER on your DPSs, which will obviously sacrifice offensive damage rolls. And then additionally, her rotation is a crap ton longer than that of Jesha. Like, it's like 2 seconds longer, which is criminal. And then if that wasn't enough, this character, like, I don't know if you've noticed it with Jinchi, but Jinchi's best rotations are like healer, Jesha, Jinchi. Those are the best. That's the best way to play it. Cantarella can't do that. She is physically incapable of doing that rotation because her forte skill has some kind of weird built-in cooldown, so you can't proc it again in that second rotation. So you physically cannot do Jinchi's best rotation when you're playing Cantarella. And then as for the Furlova teams, I feel she's very easily to I feel she's easy to replace. You know.
What makes her easy to replace in Furlova's teams? Like, who do you be? Are you saying like you're using like Donjin or whatever in it, but then you're not proccing the extra Hecate?
Okay, yeah, that's cool and all, but Donjin has a shorter rotation, and while her Ultra skill buff might not be as powerful as Cantarella's, well, most of Furlova's damage, she isn't getting either of the Ultra skills anyway. So then you're still benefiting from Donjin's attack buff from S6. Donjin also has a shorter rotation than Cantarella. So I'd say that all in all, while Cantarella is better, like, okay, Cantarella and Rochia within the Furlova team have a symbiotic relationship where Cantarella kind of really wants the Rochia and Rochia kind of really wants the Cantarella in order to be justifiable in that team.
Right.
If you don't have both of them, they're both easy to replace.
I don't think Cantarella is... Well, Cantarella is replaceable. Furlova does have a lot of options. I will give her that. But you can replace the Rochia in that comp without replacing the Cantarella by just using Havoc Rover. You can use Havoc Rover in that comp. Use that with the Furlova and Cantarella.
I'm not saying that that's impossible. I'm just saying that by replacing Rochia, Cantarella automatically loses a lot of her value because Rochia buffs Cantarella a ton.
Rochia buffs Cantarella.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. You know what's funny? Actually, if you play the Havoc Rover comp, the way you play that is you don't even use the buffs into Furlova. You actually use the buffs into Havoc Rover. So the way the comp plays, you go 1, 2, 3 into Havoc Rover, Cantarella, Furlova, and then Furlova goes back into Cantarella, and then Cantarella goes into Havoc Rover, and then you just go backwards. You do a reverse 1, 2, 3. Or is 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, because Furlova. Okay, Kuro was actually really smart about this, which weird to say in current day, but because of how Frontalova works, right? Hecate is simply not going to be able to benefit from Ultra skills. But in order to compensate this, they made Hecate's attacks more powerful at a baseline, meaning that not buffing Frontalova, like even if Frontalova is unbuffed, she still does good damage because Hecate doesn't need buffs because it's not going to get any.
Right?
So leaving Frontalova with less buffs is completely fine because she's simply designed in a way to where she doesn't really need him.
True. Oh yeah, that was one thing I forgot to mention as well. Specifically for Frontalova, I think her best performing comp in Whimpering Waste right now doesn't even use Rochia. I think he uses Shorekeeper or Verena, depending on like what sequences you have on Verena.
I've seen a Wuflex, yeah.
Yeah. But obviously, it's like you're entering like super Omega Sweat territory. I don't think most players are going to do that.
Oh yeah, neither am I, but
I'm fine with putting Contarella in C. I'm still putting it above Jesha in terms of pull value, just because it has, just because it goes in the.
Furlova's the GOAT.
Yeah, exactly. It goes in the Furlova team, and it goes in the same teams as Jesha. All right. Wait. How did you call Contarella a flop, but then you're okay with putting her in C tier? How is this a flop?
I mean, I think she's a flop from a game design perspective.
All right, I agree with that. I think they butchered her kit.
Like, okay, unironically, I think a lot of how Frontalova turns out with her Omega fast rotation and a lot of how Frontalova works, I feel is a consequence of Cantarella being really badly designed. Like, for example, Hecate being like attacking from off field. I think that's their excuse for Cantarella having a long rotation because Hecate gets more time to attack or dumb shit like that. Or Cantarella having a horrible energy generation is why Frontalova doesn't even use energy.
Yeah. That's one thing I forgot to mention. Contarella does have a bigger build requirements than Jesha does, because specifically Contarella needs higher energy regen herself, and then she's going to make her DPS need higher energy regen as well. So that is something to keep in mind if you do pull Contarella. Her build requirements are higher.
Unless you're playing the Frontalova team, because Frontalova was also designed to fix Cantarella's issues. God, this unit.
All right, let's see. Who's a banger? We did you know what? We mentioned Rochia. Let's do Rochia. They have made Wiwa a little bit harder, and in that sense, Rochia does get a little bit more value because Wiwa-specific characters get a little bit extra value there. That being said, even though she pairs in Furlova, we mentioned that she's pretty replaceable there. Obviously, Camellia performs well with Sanhua, and outside of that, Rochia isn't seeing too much play. You can pair her with like Havoc Rover, you can do stuff like that. I'd probably personally put Rochia in D tier. What are your thoughts on her?
I agree, but I would like to point one thing out. Wiwa is becoming harder, but it's becoming harder in a way that Rochia doesn't like. Rochia's primary utility in Wiwa is being able to group enemies while not having, outside of Frontalova and Camellia teams, Rochia is never optimal when it comes to damage, correct?
Right.
So why would you lower your character's damage output when enemy HP increases? Like, this just makes Rochia even less, it just makes her even harder to justify in any team that isn't Frontalova or Camellia.
Yeah, I wonder if they're...
I'd argue this is a bad thing for Rochia.
Yeah, actually, I agree with that. I wonder if they're going to make it so... They're probably going to have to put like a third unit or something with the Camellia team to try and put Rochia more in play. That's what I would guess. That has like a weird synergy with Rochia. It seems like they're trying to push people away from having Shorekeeper. I could see them making like a Havoc support that could fill that role. Maybe that could even see play in like Furlova's comp as well. Furlova ends up needing buffs later, which, as far as we was concerned, is definitely not the case. Oh, yeah. I am curious to see how they make Rochia more viable.
I think the idea of SK getting replaced, it's like, cute idea, Kuro. Too bad you're not doing a good job.
Well, they're doing a good job. I actually like the way that they're handling the Shorekeeper situation. We could talk about Shorekeeper now then. Let's Shorekeeper S. Agreed?
Yeah, let's bite the bullet, yeah. We know where she's going.
So let's talk a little bit about Shorekeeper. I actually like the way they're handling it. So if you don't know, or for those who don't know, Shorekeeper is not technically the biz in a lot of team comps currently. Like Mono Mono Havoc's not running it. Mono Arrow's not running it. Abyss. Mono Spectro's not running it. Abyss. If you're a Sweat, Mono Fusion isn't running it, obviously. So these comps are like technically like their best in slot is going to be like their niche characters, but Shorekeeper slots into these comps as like a secondary option that competes with those. So in that regard, I actually think they're handling the Shorekeeper situation well, where they're adding like niche supports if you want to go past that gapper. But from a utility perspective and like a value perspective, Shorekeeper is still right there as the best character in the game, I think.
I mean, I'd argue that sometimes it's well designed, sometimes it's not. Because in my opinion, right, I think Cardathea Arrow Rover is designed in an incredibly boring way to where Cardathea basically just says, okay, I want you to increase the arrow erosion cap, which literally only one character can do. I think that's boring and lame. I think that's a horrible way to do it.
I agree.
Meanwhile, a character like Lupa, I think that's a well-executed way of doing it. Because we're making the Mono Fusion team more unique and giving it its own kind of space of having this triple DPS team. Like you can see how those are very different. One of them is simply designed with a restriction, while the other one adds upon a core that was already there.
Oh,
so
yeah.
Some of them are designed in a good way. Some of them are designed in, let's just say the arrow erosion team, because I don't like that team.
I hate that team as well. It's my least favorite out of all the elements right now. That one, I don't know why they would make Arrow Rover so chained to Cardathea like that. That was actually messed up what they did. But Arrow Rover feels bad even in the Cardathea team. It just feels so dog shit to play. Not from like how its strength. It just feels like dog shit, bro.
It's so funny to me how you can make a character so so awful to play that they quite literally add a passive into Cardathea's kit that makes Arrow Rover more bearable, and it's still bad.
The problem with him is not like his generation is a problem outside of Cardathea teams. The problem is just the way his base kit functions, where if you're ever in the air and you get forced to dodge, you lose out on the entire Forte generation until you get back to the ground. And then you're so stationary in the air too, and it's so rigid. Dude, it sucks because his ult is literally aura farming. But then they made his kit just feel like complete trash to play.
Sans Undertale.
No.
But yeah, I do like how they're going around replacing Shorekeeper, just in some scenarios way more than others.
Oh yeah, I agree completely. Like, it feels better to play like Mono Havoc or like Mono Spectro or Mono Fusion or whatever than it does Mono Arrow. I'm a non-Mono Arrow enjoyer. I don't own any of those characters for a reason.
I own Shakona, but it's for the Phoebe agenda.
All right, let's take up your Phoebe agenda then. Where are you putting Chakona?
Okay. I'm arguing between A and B, because Shakona is best in slot with what I like to call the best DPS in the game. Don't clip that. Don't say it as if it's my. Okay, I'm gonna disclaim right now. That is not an absolute statement. It is a very malleable statement. It is just what I'm saying right now. I'd argue that best DPS in the game is a very vague way to say things. Anyway, don't clip me on that, and don't act like that's my absolute opinion. I'd hate it if you do that. But it is undeniable that Cardathea is incredibly powerful. And then also just her being good in Phoebe teams as well. Basically being a damn near requirement if you want to score well with Phoebe and Weewa. Like, I think that she, out of all sub DPSs, is one of the better ones. She also does actually have a main DPS team. It's just not that powerful in TOA. It's actually pretty decent in Weewa. Anyway, I'll put her in B for now, for safety's sake. Just know that I would, if this was a strength-based tier list, I'd be putting her in A because of Cardathea, but...
Yeah, I agree. I agree with everything you said. Like, in terms of strength, obviously she performed super well with Cardathea. I would say this, as far as like brain dead DPSs go, Cardathea S tier, best DPS in the game. You know what? I'm going with you. Let's clip that one. Fuck it.
Kill her. No,
Kill
don't
her.
clip it. No, Twitter will kill me. Not again.
Dude,
bro,
I was cheering for Galbretta. I was cheering for Galbretta when she was about to cap Cardathea, bro.
Bro, she's literally Nero from Devil May Cry. Like, literally peak versus my least favorite character in Imua. Like, absolute. Galbretta, just kill her in story. Why don't you?
Dude, that's what I'm saying. They're not gonna do it. There's too many Cardathea stands out there, which makes me kind of sad.
Cardathia is actually the most popular Wuba character in the entire game. She's the most popular, and that angers me.
So I'm a little bit conflicted on Cardathia. So obviously, I mean, we both said, or at least from my POV, I'm not gonna put words in your mouth. As far as like brain dead DPSs go, I would say Cardathia is just the best because she's just too simple to play, and her standard like 1-2-3 rotation is just gonna perform too well. With that said, just because she only has like one super performing team, and that fall off when you don't have the Chacona is so massive, I don't know if I can justify putting her in S. Would you put her in A tier? Do you think A tier is fine? You'd put her in S?
No, I'd put her in S because, okay, the way I see it is, in her best in slot team, she is just straight up better than Augusta. But when you don't have her best in slot team, she is weaker. So I would say putting her below Augusta in terms of pull value is fair. But the sheer strength of her best in slot team, the fact that she is better than Augusta in both modes, does tell me that there is very good reason for her to be an S.
Yeah, I think
Like,
if I look at
tell
it,
someone to
go ahead.
I'd tell someone to pull Cardathia over Phoebe literally every single day of the week, every hour, every minute.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Unless
Actually,
you're potty main.
yeah, actually, yeah. When I
Unless
look at it
they're
like that, I
potty
agree.
main.
I think, yeah, my only issue obviously with Cardathia is the fact that you want Chacona, you want this character. This character makes her feel so much better, just perform so much better. That's my only issue. That's why it feels like kind of hard putting her in S tier when like I see like Flova over here, like comparing so many teams. I see Shorekeeper, but I guess that's why she's below them. It just feels bad.
Honestly, I posted a screenshot in like a public Discord of me having Chacona and not Cardathia like in the Crossing the Stars menu with the caption W or L. The people were not happy.
All right, I'll let you have your pick of the litter then. What's your next character?
Okay. Which character do I want to start a fight over today? Okay, let me think. Let's do Chongli. I feel like she's got a lot of simps that might be happy with what we say.
Where are you putting Chongli?
I'd say put her in high A tier because she's an incredibly versatile character who works with a lot of other characters. Like if you pull a Chongli, there's almost always going to be a way for you to use her. These are usually not their best in slot teams, but a lot of the times they're very competitive. So I'd argue that's a very good strength. I will say one thing though is that because of Chongli also has a very powerful casual team in the Mono Fusion team, which is a very good performing tower and one of the best ones in Wiwa.
Right.
So yeah, Chongli is very valuable in that regard. I just feel that like a lot of her quick swap teams are a lot more skill dependent, and even then they're not matching up to the best teams. So I'd argue that her quick swap teams don't have as much value as they used to, especially since they're not really synergizing with modern characters much. But the sheer fact that she does have the quick swap teams and also has the powerful Mono Fusion team, like that is good enough to put her in A. But both of her teams just have an issue, which is Mono Fusion is very high cost and does kind of demand all of the characters because, like, okay, we talked about Lupa for Shorekeeper earlier, and our Shorekeeper is still a competitive option. But Lupa is just a massive upgrade. Like, no one can deny this.
Right.
So yeah, her Mono Fusion team is high cost, and her quick swap teams are harder to use. So that's what's preventing me from putting her in S, but I'd say, like, top of A is a very good place to put her.
Yeah, I agree. She has high well, you basically said everything I'm going to say. There's not really much for me to add to that. I'm not even going to bother. You literally, I've just parroted your same exact thoughts. I'd put her probably the same, actually. I was surprised. I thought you were going to put her lower. I thought you were going to put her below the, down in like B tier.
As much as I would love to shield the Phoebe agenda, truth must come above all. If this was my tier list, I'd make an entirely new tier for Phoebe because she's the GOAT, but
all right, hold on. I can add a Phoebe.
Yeah, the agenda. Okay, you have to call this tier the agenda.
The agenda.
The agenda is infallible, true.
There you go, bro. I got you. All right, let's see, who do I want to do? Carla.
Now imagine the people skipping to the end of the video now.
They're gonna be so confused. They're gonna be like, why is Phoebe above these two characters? It's the Zani team, bro. They'll think it's for the Zani team.
Yeah. Okay, Carlotta.
I'm putting Carlotta.
I'll let you have your say first.
All right, I'm putting Carlotta in S tier. Her performance has fallen off. She's no longer what people would consider the highest DPS. We talked about that earlier. Things like Kartethia and free-to-play options, Augusta gaps her. Then you have like the mono element teams that are outperforming her. With that said, I value her versatility a lot. She has a lot of teammates that are very competitive, and that's something I care about a lot in a character. Her rotation is also stupid brain dead. It is very, very difficult to mess up. All you do, use your skill, build up your forte, use ult, use skill again, use your echo, dip out. It is as simple as it could possibly get. I can never tell anyone they're doing something wrong by pulling Carlotta, and I don't see how a character like that could ever be anything but S tier.
Okay, I mean, I agree with everything you said. It's just that I don't value those strengths as much as you do. Like, I would personally put her in A. Like, everything you said is correct. I will say one thing about Carlotta is that, what did I want to say? I'm having a brain fart. Oh god. worst time to have a brain fart. I will say the thing with Carlotta is, like, I don't think I could ever value her as highly as Kartethia, Augusta, or Filova. But it's kind of semantics, and it's comparing again, which I directly said earlier I don't value as much. I don't know, I just feel like I just feel like Carlotta isn't on the same level as these other characters. Like, her non-Jeja options, while competitive, you do see a pretty significant loss in performance, especially since you will start needing to build energy regen on your Carlotta, which you won't need if you have Jeja. As well as the fact that, like, I don't know, I just don't think she's as powerful as the characters currently in S.
I agree. I don't think her team performance is not as strong as like the other teams. I personally value versatility a lot. I think characters being able to slot into other teams is very important, especially for gacha games like this. I think I have a unique perspective, specifically because when I'm playing on like other people's accounts and stuff, and when they're trying to clear things like Tower or Whimpering Waste, one of the biggest issues they have is they'll run into like characters that just sit on their account and are dead weight. Biggest problem I have with GN. He'll sit on the account, he'll be dead weight because your goal is to replace him, and he will never see the light of day again, right? That's why I prefer seeing people have invested characters in like Sheng Liao and stuff. And if I see an invested Carlotta on an account, I would always think, despite her performance not being as good as the other like mono element teams or anything in S tier actually, or even like, anything in S tier right now, her performance not being as good as those, I would still say, just from the fact that she can slot with a bunch of teammates and be competitive with those teams and will always be usable in Tower of Adversity with whatever you want to cope, regardless of however you're shuffling teammates around your account, I think that has a lot of value for players.
I would like to make one counter argument, which is that I think that, sure, it's nice and all if you have, like, a ton of alternatives, like, but honestly, like, sure, like, for example, let's compare her to Augusta, right? Like, she has a lot more teams than Augusta,
right?
But not, like, I don't think a single one of them is really comparing to that Augusta Mortefi team. So, like, this is kind of like that effective versatility point I mentioned earlier, right? Like, she has a ton of teams, it's just that none of them really have S tier potential outside of the main hypercarry one.
I mean, I agree. Her damage has fallen off. I mean, I'm going to agree with that. I agree with everything you said. I would still put her in S tier, though. But you know what? We'll put her in the agenda, because that's the agenda, bro.
Yeah, you know what? We both get one agenda character.
Hey, wait. That's not going to be my agenda character. My agenda character is going to be GN down in F tier.
No, no, okay. I'm talking about the agenda tier. Okay, let's talk about GN. Let's talk about him.
All right.
Okay, so okay, I do think that a lot of people have been waking up recently to GN's performance, or rather his fall off in performance. And honestly, I can't. Okay, so I do think he's still a higher value character than Sheng Liao. No, wrong statement. I think he's a higher performing character than Sheng Liao because he does objectively do better across both modes. But you kind of can't really compensate with GN. When you have a GN, he's kind of just there to be a hypercarry and sit there. So when it comes to value, you're either running the Mortefi team, the Shikona team, or if you're in Weiwei, you're playing the Sanhua team. Those are kind of like really your only options. And if those units are taken up, which very likely because Mortefi, Sanhua are really good, and Shikona is a Kartethia teammate, like if those characters are taken up, your GN kind of starts running out of options. and then you can't really do much with him. That's actually something I noticed today when playing on a friend's account. So, like, I wanted to play GN because I was trying to do their Wiwa, but I just didn't really have many options for him because the Mortefi was taken. Like, he just doesn't have that ability to be flexible. So I do think C tier is fair when it comes to GN's value.
Wow, I'm surprised. I thought you were gonna fight with me on this. Yeah, I'm gonna put him in C tier too. I'd probably You made my argument better than I would, bro. That's crazy. Yeah, that's part of the problem.
I can see objective truth, you know.
That's part of the problem I had with like characters like
facts.
Augusta like performing with like Mortefi is like cool at all, but then you said it yourself. Like as characters need other characters, right? If there's another character that comes out that needs a Mortefi, you have a GN on that account. Who's going for it? The Augusta or the GN? You're benching that GN as a result. That feels so bad.
Like,
but then Sheng Liao, if you have a Sheng
like,
Liao on that account.
Yeah, like, let's say you have you're trying to play tower, and your account consists of Augusta, Cardathia, GN. What is that GN realistically doing?
Exactly. I like GN too, dude. I made an entire challenge account. My arrow-only challenge started because I wanted to play GN. I like this character. He's fun to play. He's cool. He's an aura farmer. I think they did him a little bit dirty by not buffing him for a while. I'm hoping Yuno will up his performance. I wanted Chacona to actually up his performance by a lot, but it ended up being like just like a very marginal upgrade, assuming you have like signatures and stuff like that, and then you have to farm an entire another set. So kind of saddened by that.
Honestly, I have a lot of the same sentiment as you do. I was GN's #1 defender before Wiwa came out, actually. Like, when people were calling GN mid during, like, the tail end of the 1.0 era, I was still the one guy saying he was a good character. And even then, like, I still use him every single tower to prove that, hey, Wiwa is not the next Taro, guys. Like, I still play him every tower, and I still have fun with him, but when it comes to sheer account value, we just have so many DPS characters, and GN should never be even in your top 5.
Yeah, I hard agree. There's literally no reason to ever take this guy over Camellia, because they're literally sharing the same exact biz. Well, actually, I guess there would be. You have a Furlovo on your account, you don't want double Havoc. That would be literally the only reason to ever take him over Camellia. So I can't even put him anywhere near that tier. Also, don't get it twisted. Every character in this game can still clear. You can still clear tower, whatever, if it's super well invested. It's not like GN is bricked or anything, but it's his performance and like who he needs to actually perform. There are other characters that do it better. There's just no reason to pull him. I think C tier is a good tier for him.
Yeah.
Let's see. Dude, you stole my GN. I wanted to GN Agenda Max. I made a whole video on that.
Oh, oops, sorry. Okay, you can steal someone who had agenda.
All right, who's your agenda? Brant?
Okay. Bro, Brant's my 3rd favorite character. I fucking love this guy.
Dude, Brant is so sick. I love Brant. Brant is a fun-ass character. He performs well. His mono fusion team, technically not as strong as like the other mono or not as strong as like Arrow. It's not as strong as Spectro if you're Giga sweating. If you're super sweating, actually in terms of performance, if you look at tower clears and stuff like that, I think his team performs the second best, the mono fusion team. But that involves like, it's really weird because like performance is like super. Swap. Yeah, exactly. Obviously, that involves quick swap, so like super sweating and stuff like that. And also like, just like a side note, the way performance works for like endgame characters, and when you hear like higher tier players like talking about like what characters are good and whatnot, it generally has to do with like breakpoints for how DPS can actually kill bosses, because most of the end game that people will like push for is trying to like speed run and stuff. So if your character has like a super backlighter rotation like Cartethia, she ends up performing worse for like those players because you have to go through her whole rotation or whatever to actually get like the big damage payoff, right? Whereas characters like Brant can super front load their damage with like their anchors and stuff like that. One thing I did want to say about Brant though, since we're bringing him up, I've seen people talking about how with like the recent Wiwa changes with HP getting higher, they've been noticing Brant falling off slightly because he can't one-shot waves with anchor unless he's stupidly built. I haven't tested that specifically yet, but that's interesting.
I've played it, and I do very much notice that. It's part of why the Mono Fusion team had a dramatic fall-off in score. Like in the new Wiwa.
That's interesting.
Old Wiwa, I was killing like 4 waves per anchor. Now I'm lucky if I get 2.
You tab bug abuser, bro.
Yeah. But yeah. Okay, I just want... Okay. Brant is a ridiculous character, and I need people. Okay, I'm gonna say that I'm gonna just name up every single character that I think Brant has good synergy with. Obviously, there's Frolova, which not a lot of people are thinking about. He is
Wait,
good
what's the
with
synergy with Frolova?
Frolova, when she's on field, is primarily skill damage. Remember?
Right. How's actually
And
hold
also,
on. After this, DM me the
Brand's damage
culture
is
for Frolova. I want to see that. That's kind of cool. I haven't thought about that.
Sure. Alright, obviously there's Lupa. I mean, then there's Brand himself. He works well with Carlotta, like people playing with Sheng Liao as well. He works well with Chongli, obviously. He works well with Jinshi. Like, he works well with Encore, like, and even if you're not playing him as a sub DPS, playing him as a main DPS with like Sanhua or like Lupa, it's still good. Like, this is out of all the sub DPSs when played as main DPS, not counting Phoebe, obviously, because she has a dedicated DPS mode, Brant is the best one.
Isn't I've been looking at calcs actually recently for Brand specifically. Isn't his main DPS performance pretty near Camelia's?
Oh yeah, it is, yeah. Like, Brand main DPS is shockingly good, and I feel like Lupa just made it even better for, like, okay, with Sanhua you had the issue of like, okay, you're just kind of sitting there for quite a hot while, but with Lupa, you can actually like brain dead swap between Lupa and Brant, like have Brant build up his Forte while Lupa builds up her Concerto, and you could basically just swap off cooldown, like it's really brain dead, and you really feel like you're doing something at all the time. Like, Brant is, I feel not enough people are glazing Brant like as much as he deserves.
I do feel like
the GOAT.
I do feel like I understand why people said Brant wasn't that good when he first came out, but I do think recent characters, especially Lupa, but then, dude, if he actually pairs with Frolova, that's kind of crazy. I didn't think about that. But I remember when Brant first came out, people were saying this character was like B, C tier, don't pull. I thought that was crazy. I thought that was actually crazy, bro.
Bro, people saying that he was, like, okay, I think the funniest statement I've ever heard about Brant is that he isn't worth it if you don't have Chongli. Like, what do you mean? Oh, God. He's like the one sub DPS where I would say he very much is worth it, even if you don't have his best teammate.
Yeah, I actually think he's the highest value. Whoa, ooh. Do you count Frolova as a sub or a main DPS? Because she's kind of both, right?
I call her a main DPS, personally.
All right, then yeah.
Because, like, even in Frolova's sub DPS teams, the biggest value that she has is coming from her sheer damage output.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Like,
all right, let's see.
Her kit is very main DPS structured. Like, she's got the longer rotation, she's got the high damage output. You know how it is.
True. Frolova's OP, I agree. That's my agenda. That character's OP.
God, I love Frolova. She's goated.
Dude, you know what sucks? I was thinking about whether or not we should add 4 stars to the list, and I was thinking about it, and I'm like, there's only 2 4 stars that you would ever even consider talking about, or 2.5 because Donjin. And it's like Sanhua and Mortefi, and that's it. I think we only do 5 stars. All right, let's see.
Chat, am I weird for saying Mortefi is would like easily go into at least the agenda tier?
Wait. I actually had a discussion with this early on stream. Do you think Mortefi is better than Sanhua?
Ooh, that's a really hard conversation.
Exactly.
Because Sanhua, okay, I think for the sake of what I said earlier of like effective versatility, I honestly would say at this point I do value Mortefi higher.
That's what I was thinking, because like his performance in the Augusta team is actually crazy, and like the Sanhua teams aren't performing too well.
Yeah, like Sanhua's value is for being stronger as a like Sanhua is just ridiculous as an F2P option for almost every DPS in the game, but Mortefi is like Mortefi has way more teams where he's like super high value pick, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Where his job just can't be replicated.
Yeah, it's actually crazy to think about, because I remember everyone... Would you actually unironically put Mortefi up here? Is that only because he's a 4-star? That's only because he's a 4-star, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's actually as good as like I just think, okay, I'm also like the only I'm the only Mortefi defender when it comes to his design. Like, I low-key think he does look good.
Dude, I like Mortefi's design. Wait. I'm a Mortefi enjoyer. I literally like this character. I have a males only account, bro. I gotta stand the males.
Yeah, like, bro, I get so mad when people say that Mortefi doesn't look good. Like, also, Mortefi's funny. Like, people don't realize this enough, but Mortefi's a funny guy.
Wait, how is he funny? I actually know. Wait, he's from the New Federation?
He's from the New Federation. So
Oh.
the reason he's funny is because his entire gimmick is that he's a hater. Like, he has, like, okay, like, literally, Kuro Games described it as the fact that he has a one-sided rivalry with Shang Liao.
No, what?
He is majorly angry at Shang Liao because Shang Liao is just so much smarter than him, and that pisses Mortefi off. Well, who's laughing now, Shang Liao?
True. Augusta, yeah, Mortefi's gapping Shang Liao. Wait, that's a skill issue. How do you get gapped by a 4-star? That's embarrassing.
Say that to Rotia.
Wait, actually, in terms of performance, technically Roche performs better. It's just like there's no reason to pull her ever because it's not worth it.
Yeah, I mean, okay, yeah. I was mainly thinking about, like, the Camellia team there.
Let's see. Oh wait, I did Brant. All right, what do you want to do then? Take your pick of the litter. We got Jinchi, Zani, Lupa.
Okay, I want to talk a bit about Lupa because I like this character and I think she's one of the better designed characters recently. I'm gonna go ahead and put her in A tier.
Okay.
Because Lupa has an incredibly defined niche, and while that is a thing that could theoretically hurt her, it could also benefit her, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because whenever any fusion character is announced, and you have a Lupa brand core, you know you have a team for that future fusion character. Like, she's just so good at buffing fusion that she's gonna work with so many fusion characters down the line. And while I did say about a future impact earlier on, where like you don't know the future, so why guess on it? Lupa is just so blatantly pure fusion glaze, and even currently, sure, her best performance is in the Chongli Brant Lupa team, but there's also Brant main DPS. There's also Encore. There's Chongli. No, I'm not gonna say Chongli Hypercarry because Chongli Hypercarry. Let's be real. But yeah, you get the point. Like, she already has good teams now. And she also just has that position of being the quintessential fusion buffer. If your character is fusion, Lupa is 100% one of the best teammates.
I agree. I mean, obviously, yeah, the fusion characters have their bits as Lupa. The only problem with Lupa is that she kind of mandates that characters like Brant and Chun-Li, who can slot into other teams, we already talked about their versatility earlier, are now kind of forced to play with Lupa because she doesn't play nice outside of the fusion comp. So that's the one negative I have for Lupa, but she is technically the biz for fusion teams, and so she does get points there. I'd put her between, A or B personally, just because I mean, I mentioned it before, I'm not a fan of like chaining characters to other characters, and if you pull Lupa, you're essentially chaining the already versatile characters in Brant and Chun-Li onto those teams when Brant, we already talked about, has competitive teams in like Carlotta, you can pair with like Jinchi. You mentioned Frolova. I want to see those calcs after this. That is super cool because I like both those characters and I want to play that. Yeah. Obviously she's the best for fusion though, so she gets points for that. I'd put her in A. I like A. I still want to move Camellia down. Do you want to move Camellia, or we can talk about that at the end?
I'll talk about it at the end. I want to see what your thoughts are on Jinchi specifically because I think I know where Zani's going.
Where could Zani possibly go?
I mean, she's got to at least be in like one of the top 2 tiers because her performance in her best in slot team is just, she is just that woman, you know? She is just her in her best team, but she does lose points because, you know, without the Phoebe, you run into some hot water.
Yeah, I'd put her in A tier personally, just because of that. I think with Phoebe already performing and other teams, obviously it's not as strong as the Zani performance. And Zani's performance is absolutely crazy, especially if you go into sweat territory. It starts getting ridiculous what she can do. But with Cartethia outperforming her, if you're doing simple rotations, I think just because she has a similar dynamic with the Phoebe over here as the Tricona, I think I can't justify putting her in the same tier as the Cartethia. That's a slight issue I have. And then also her free-to-play options are so. I mean, I guess Cardethia's free-to-play options aren't amazing either. I'd put her probably A tier.
I think that we can at least, as long as we both agree that if this was a strength-based tier list, she'd be S easily. We'll be
Right?
fine.
Right.
Like
Yeah,
if
yeah.
this was if this was pure strength, she'd be the easiest S tier in the universe because she like in her like in optimal gameplay, she is actually performing above Cardathea. Although
Hmm?
she is a bit of a potential woman in that area, she's very like basically no two Zani rotations ever look the same. That's the best way I can call it. She is potential woman. But like in like at the high end, she still is very much above Carta. At the low end, she's still incredibly powerful. She also has incredible scores in Wiwa.
Hmm?
Like no one's disagreeing that this character is really good. It's just that sheer reliance on Phoebe and Phoebe not needing her to be good does kind of create a blockade to her value.
I did want to say I really wanted Chacona to also be like a bridge in that gap too, to where like Zani didn't feel like she needed Phoebe. It felt like she could pair with the Chacona. But from what I've seen of like calcs on Chacona, it actually looks so incredibly bad. And then the fact that you don't get like
Unironically,
full Nightfall
Spectral
value is
Rover,
crazy.
bro, Spectral Rover literally feels so much better, and that should be a crime. Because fun fact, actually, Shakona unironically has the highest Spectrophasal application in the game. That
Wait,
sounds so
actually?
weird, but it's so yes. Like per rotation, she does apply more than Phoebe. Like let's think about it right here. Phoebe gets 10 from her 2-star flashes, 8 from her
Right?
liberation, and then 1 from utter confession. That's
Right?
19. Meanwhile, Shakona, her ult can proc up to like 20 times. So you're getting 20
Hmm.
procs. So she's barely beating out Phoebe, but because she's doing it over time, your first Zani rotation is incredibly bricked.
Ah. Oh yeah, that's kind of interesting too. Yeah, because you only get like the two Nightfalls from the start too, unless you're running other Spectrogen.
I mean, you should. I mean, okay, 2 Nightfalls is theoretically like if we're running basic rotation, 2 Nightfall is what you should be doing.
Yeah, on the standard like yeah, if you're not playing like the quick swap stuff. Once you get to like quick
Yeah.
swap territory, it starts becoming like 3, and then the first rotation you can actually do 4.
Oh yeah. Bro, Zani's so stupid.
A little bit of insight for people who don't know. The reason why Zani performs so well, despite not technically having like that high of damage, is just because she can line up her rotation to like exactly kill bosses in really unique manners. Because she can like change the way that her teammates are, or you can like change your rotation, have your teammates generate the spectral files for you at different times, so you can do way more nightfalls than you would in a standard rotation. So she performs
Yeah.
better in practice than she does in like what you'll see in like calcs and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think one big thing like that okay, like what you mentioned earlier about like breakpoints being really important in speedrunning. That is something that is like incredibly obvious if you're talking about like Genshin speedrunning, for example.
Hmm?
Because in Genshin, speedrun like I used to like research that. Like I used to do speedruns myself for Genshin. And in like the number one thing in speedruns is trying to just push out the perfect amount of damage as fast as possible. It's not who deals the highest amount of damage every second. It's about who deals the highest amount of like a certain amount of damage in the fastest time. That sounds really obvious, but it's that difference in perspective that changes the meta.
Yeah, exactly. That's why when I say like what like endgame people are competing for or whatever, Zani's considered better, even though technically in terms of damage she's not as high as like Cartethi or whatever. It's really interesting, or it's like they're two different things that you're looking at, which sounds kind of weird. It's like the performance of the layman versus like the performance of the sweats. They're two different conversations.
Yeah. I mean,
Um,
I usually talk about the layman because that is like look, I've seen my fair share of good mobile players. It's not everyone. It is like 0.1%, and even then among the PC community, not a lot of people are like sweats. So
Yeah, exactly. I agree. I think it's generally better you talk about the layman. That's why anytime I talk about these conversations, I'll always caveat what I'm talking about specifically. If I'm talking about like free to play, or if I'm talking free to play, I'm talking like casual, or I'm talking like giga sweating, because they're all different conversations. Let's
there's
see.
such different worlds all the time.
Uh, let's see. Jinshi. I'm not gonna lie to you. I haven't played Jinshi recently. And I haven't looked at or no, I do know how she performs. In terms of performance, I'd probably put her in B tier, just because she kind of does do nothing better than other spectral characters. There's not ever a reason to pull her, but she can pair with a good amount of teammates. She has a lot of quick swap potential. Unfortunately, that means for more casual players, like we're talking about, Jinshi kind of falls off in terms of performance. Actually, with her sucking a Wiwa too, dude, honestly, C tier.
Okay, as much as it pains me to say, as a former Jinchi main, I can't disagree with you there. Like, I just don't think Jinchi is that powerful of a DPS anymore. Like, okay, I will say, she does actually have good quick swap teams. Like, especially, like, with Chong-Li, she locks in, man. But when you take that out of the equation, like, Jinchi, like, I just don't see a scenario in which Jinchi is worth using in Wiwa ever. Because, like, we have so many other DPSs who, like, despite theoretically being worse, just perform better. And then even in Tower, like, she's still very good in Tower, but, like, we've got so many good Tower DPSs in current year.
Like, there are DPSs that perform in Tower and in Whimpering Waste in her own element, like Zani. So she obviously can't be anywhere near A tier. That's just not even, like, close to justifiable. I mean, the one thing about Jinchi is the fact that she has a lot of teammates like Phoebe, but then Phoebe has, like, more versatility with her teammates as well. And then she also has the option of slotting into sub DPS for one of the best team comps in the game. So Phoebe gets a ton of value there. I'm kind of sad what they did with Jinchi, honestly. What I really want to see, I want them to give her, like, a dedicated Spectro support. That's what I want to see for her. I hope they do something for her.
But yeah, like, honestly, the thing with Jinchi for me is, like, okay, so, like, what you mentioned about Jinchi having a lot of teammates, right? I feel like we're going back to that, back to the argument of, like, effective versatility, where if we're looking at Jinchi's teams, we only really have the Brant, the Yinlin, and the Jeju team when it comes to, like, performing well, and maybe Cantarella. I'm really apprehensive about Cantarella Jinchi for the reasons I already described earlier.
Wait, I thought, doesn't Phoebe Jinchi perform well?
I haven't seen it and I haven't calced it, so I wouldn't know.
I remember oh fuck, it's been such a long time since I looked into Jinchi. I remember seeing Jinchi Phoebe actually being one of her best performing teams. I'll look into that later though, because I'm curious now.
But yeah, I feel like a lot of Jinchi's teammates, like when she came out, a lot of people were raving about the Yuenwu team. Like that was like one of the biggest things during her release. But now that no, you're just not doing that ever. So I feel like a lot of Jinchi's teammates just aren't effective teammates.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm really sad. Dude, honestly, looking at this list, seeing the way that the 1.0 DPS characters scaled is so sad, man. They need some love.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, this is... Okay, here's the thing, right? I'm not that sad about it, because when we're looking at a value-based list, this is just bound to happen. We'll always have the shitters and the goats when it comes to value.
And the goats are always the brand newest characters to come out.
Yeah, like, if this was a strengths-based list, it would look very different, in my opinion.
Right. Oh, dude, that's so sad. I agree, though.
Okay, well, now that we've ranked Jinchi, I do think that I agree with lowering Camellia.
Okay.
Like, I do think that putting her in A makes sense, but B also makes sense. It's just like initially I would have put Jinchi in B myself and then kept Camellia in A. But yeah, like what you said about Jinchi, just like there's just not really any reason to use Jinchi currently, unless you're like a Giga Sweat running with Chong-Li. But even if you're a Giga Sweat, there's just better Sweat teams.
Bro. Yeah, hold on, let me think. Let me look at the list again real quick. Let me see if I move anyone. No, I think this is pretty close to where this is probably where I'd put everything. Yeah. Outside of the agenda, whatever's going on over here with the agenda, actually, you know what? No, the agenda is actually the perfect one. What if we just put that up here?
So true.
No, I think this is a good list, actually. I do I was kind of surprised you agreed with me on a lot more stuff than I thought you would. I didn't think you would agree with me on the Gianna. I didn't think you would agree with me on the Falova either. Interesting.
I mean, okay. We haven't talked about Falova much, so that was kind of a jump scare. We have talked about GN, and I will say, if this was a strength-based list, he would be higher. But because it's based on value, and there's such a saturation of DPS characters, when you're one of the worst ones, you kind of don't get much leeway.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay, I understand your POV now. Okay. But you said that you'd rather do a strength list I feel like, me personally, I feel like lists like this are better for like people to understand what they're pulling for. Because I feel like tier lists, when people look at tier lists, they want to know what characters are actually worth pulling. And when you look at a list like this, you can actually see which characters are worth investing in relative to the current state of the game.
Okay,
I feel like
counter argument, strength-based lists are more fun because they invite more discussion.
True. Wait, actually, do they? You just look at numbers. You just look at numbers, and then you just look at performance. Isn't that just less discussion?
No, that's not true. Because here's the thing about strength-based lists, right? So the thing about strength-based lists is usually like DPS is one very good way to evaluate strength, but if you're using it as the only metric, you're making a mistake.
Right?
Because we talked about it earlier, right? Like for example with GN, he is performing well, but one of his biggest limitations is that he just has awful matchups against bots. Actually, this was a conversation I had with someone else. Anyway, that's beside the point. He just has bad matchups because of the way his kit works. Which means that, effectively, while his DPS is high, his performance isn't going to be reflective of that. And on the opposite end of the stick, Carlotta is so brain-damaged easy, and has literally no, literally during her rotation, she's either moving around like a spastic child, or she's freezing the enemy. Which means that she is incredibly close to her calculations, and is just super consistent, and you can't mess her up. So things like that are incredibly worth discussing when we're making a strength-based list, because consistency is a big part of strength.
Yeah, I'm surprised we don't see many conversations about it specifically. Okay, so yeah, matchup spread is one thing. I'm surprised I even talked to you about that. That's actually one of the biggest things I brought up in my GN video, was his matchup spread across the bosses. Like, if you go look at, say, every boss in the game, 80% of the bosses actually fuck GN over. No, he doesn't want to play against any boss, which is actually ridiculous.
Dragon of Dirge is one of his better ones, to be fair, because for the most part, it just kind of sits there, but then it kills you, so...
Well, the problem with the only problem with Dragon of Dirge is it lowers out Mortefi's damage output, too, which is, like, part of what GN relies on.
I mean, now that we have more refinements on Arrow Rover, I wouldn't argue that much, because the Shakona team is kind of goated with GN now.
Oh, wait. Did you end up running the calcs again on the Shakona team? I thought you were the Shakona hater. I thought you said it wasn't performing.
Oh, well, at first it wasn't as good, but now we have more refinements on Arrow Rover's weapon.
Okay, bro. I see you. Wait, that's actually interesting, too.
I don't have face cam.
True. You know what's interesting, too? Cortethia's team will technically scale up higher because of Arrow Rover. Arrow Rover isn't even at its full potential right now. Technically, Arrow Rover will do even more damage. It'll get its max refinements. It'll get all its sequences. And Cortethia's team will perform even higher. Yeah,
when it comes to theoretical DPS... so fun fact. When it comes to pure math theoretical DPS, before Augusta, there was like a 10k gap between the next best thing and Cartethia when she got, like... Cartethia with max potential Arrow Rover is like 75k DPS, and that's like a max potential Carlotta or like a max potential Zani. Like it's ridiculous. Like 10k difference in DPS. I don't think you understand how big that is.
I mean, there's like the difference between using free-to-play options and going all the way to premium. That's like a pretty huge difference, bro.
Yeah, like that's a massive difference. And remember, Arrow Rover is entirely free.
Dude, I do like dude, I hate what they did with Arrow Rover, but I do like that at least Cartethia's best team only uses 2 premium units and ends up using Rover as like the 3rd unit. I think that's a good way of handling it. Same with Zani's. Like if you're playing the sweat comp.
I just wish it was designed in a less boring dumb way.
Yeah, I agree. I fucking hate what they did with the comp. I hate... Wait. You said you pulled Chacona for Phoebe. Do you like how Chacona plays?
Yes, actually.
Really?
Oh, okay. So, wait. Hold on. Question. Do you know about... Okay, so... Actually, better way to phrase it. How do you play your Chacona?
Like the jump cancel stuff like that or whatever to, like, max build your forte.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. Okay. I like that. I'm a big fan of that rotation, actually. I like being able to jump.
Okay.
That's not a thing most DPSs do.
I actually don't like being in the air. You know, it's kind of weird because I like it specifically when it's like triple aerial teams. Like in Mono Fusion, it feels really clean because all 3 DPS can operate in the air. But I hate being in the air because a lot of DPS or a lot of characters can't operate properly in the air. Like if I'm jumping and then like I have to like swap into a GN, that feels like garbage. Or I have to swap into like a Rhinne, that feels actually trash. But if I'm jumping and I'm swapping into like a Brance or whatever, obviously he wants to be in the air and he gets to actually perform. And that feels really nice.
Nice.
Noise.
Okay, bro. Okay, one thing I want to say about Augusta, because I think it's incredibly funny and not enough people are talking about it. In the Mortefi team, your rotation is so ridiculously fast that the basic Augusta rotation doesn't work. You need to add an extra heavy in there. It's so funny.
You what you do in the team is you actually add 2. You do the skill at the end. And then you do another basic attack chain into heavy and to go out into shorekeeper because otherwise you go to shorekeeper too fast.
Your skill shouldn't be up yet by then.
Wait, what rotation are you doing?
The one I sent you? Like, hello?
Oh, I was looking at the ones on WooFlex. Hold on.
Oh, what do the people? I mean, keep in mind, I'm playing her the basic way because I want to be relatable to the people.
The way they do it on WooFlex is somewhat similar to yours. You're staying on Shorekeeper much longer than they do, though. Or I can actually show you. I was practicing this earlier. Does someone have an account with Shorekeeper and Mortefi that I can borrow? That I can use this on?
Does the Augusta account that you use not have that?
No, I only have Rhinne. I don't own most of my characters. I usually play characters on other people's accounts.
God.
I'll show you what the... Or here, I can just bring it up. I was practicing off stream yesterday. It's actually pretty fun to do. Let's see. Wait, what? It's not letting me... There we go. Okay. Ranking. The best rotation I've seen, even though he got less points, is kind of because he dicked around. This guy is the best rotation I've seen so far. So what he does, the rotation is skill on Augusta, Mortefi, the basic, and then he goes to Shorekeeper. He does 1, 2, 3 ult. 1, 2, 3 forte skill thingy, the echo. Then he goes to Mortefi Augusta instantly, uses the heavy, goes back to Mortefi, basic 4 again, and then goes into Shorekeeper. 1, 2, 3. I think with the... I forget if that's the forte or not or whatever. He goes to Augusta, uses ult, goes back to Mortefi, uses auto, and then goes back to Shorekeeper, then intros into Mortefi. Skill, cancel skill with ult.
Holy fucking words.
I was practicing rotation earlier, so I haven't memorized off the top of my head. You can just watch it here.
Okay. I mean, it feels a lot like what I do, just with an extra Augusta heavy.
So the way he does it is he squeezes in the liberation earlier to be able to get his ult out earlier to be able to kill faster. So like he does his liberation on the initial one, yeah. But you can see he gets here at...
Wait, okay, can you go back? I want to... Okay, hold on. I want to see like when they do the Augusta ult.
The Augusta ult,
like
so it comes after...
Like the basic one.
It'll come on the second time swapping into Augusta. So this first time he just does the heavy right here, and then the second time he goes Shorekeeper, he does his autos, then he goes Augusta ult here. And goes back to Mortefi, then back to Shorekeeper.
Oh, you're losing... Okay, to be fair, you are losing quite a major amount of DPR by doing that.
Yeah, I think they're doing this specifically to line up. I don't know which rotation is better, but this is the one I was practicing.
Okay, yeah. I mean, okay, honestly, I see the vision here. It's just that what I would do is I would do one heavy beforehand so you can cast ult earlier. Like, for example, like, you know how I did the skill at the beginning of my rotation?
Yeah.
Yeah, like, the way I would optimize that rotation I did there is by doing the heavy as well, so I can use enhanced ult earlier. I guess that's how I would optimize that.
Dude, I hate that, the first rotation looks so fun with the quick swap, and the second rotation looks so stupid, because you're just waiting for cooldowns. Like, he has 3 seconds left on his ult.
Welcome to Mortefi, baby.
It's so funny.
Mortefi.
You're just waiting for his ult.
I mean, you saw in my run as well. I was literally being gated by CDs. Like, you saw that.
Yeah, exactly. You're literally just gated by cooldowns. It's so funny. This is clean as fuck, though. This is the rotation I was practicing yesterday. This rotation is fun as hell. You swapped to Mortefi like 4 different times during this, and then you're... Well, you're swapping between like Mortefi Augusta like 4 different times before it even like starts the rotation. It's super cool.
I mean, yeah, I believe that. That is cool.
You're cool.
Thank you.
Wait, do you not use the Echo at all? This guy didn't use his Echo at all.
I used the Echo like at the very end of Augusta, like literally right before swapping off.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought like you do the heavy through or whatever, and then you just like you cancel like the last hit with the Echo or whatever, because I think it's more damage.
I mean, yeah, it's also about energy. That's always a big thing, energy.
Oh yeah, true. Dude, Augusta's energy regen cost or whatever, if you're doing like the shorter rotations, feels so bad.
Yeah, I have 116 ER in my current build. God, okay. Off topic rant. If Kuro Games locks an area behind story one more time, I swear!
Wait, this one wasn't even that bad though. You just like barely get there. And then you can do that. Or do you mean the forecast?
No, okay. I mean, the forecast you can get with early access. It's just really annoying. I want to build my Augusta.
You got to do the story, bro. You got to gush over the Augusta story. That's how they get you.
Okay, to be fair, I did like the Augusta story, actually.
I haven't actually played it yet. I can't comment on it. No comment.
Bro has a built Augusta and did not do story.
My God, do you want to see my Augusta? Hold on, I'll show you. Built is a strong word. That's doing a lot of heavy lifting there. I have an Augusta. It exists. My Augusta exists. This thing, okay. I was trying to get her good echoes. I think I only have like 110 ER, which is so cursed, by the way, because on your second rotation you don't even get your ult back properly, which is so messed up. You have to like squeeze in 2 echo casts during his rotation in order to get her ult back. Is bricked.
That sounds funny, if anything.
Oh, let's see. Where is it? Yeah, I'm at 111 ER. I'm at...
Wildfire Mark is crazy.
The what? Oh, Wildfire Mark. This is all I have, bro. You want me to use Discord?
Get the SIG. Cat chest.
Get the SIG?
It looks so cool. Get the SIG.
I'm broke as fuck. I can get the SIG, but I'm so broke.
Coward.
And then, oh, wait, where's my echoes? Dude, this one hit 10.5, but then it's like low roll crit damage, and then I hit 2 trash ones. This is just gonna be really sad. But it's like, it's 10.5, so it's kind of pog. This is my only ER one, but it's only 1 crit roll. This one
that is actually
garbage.
Pretty cursed.
Then this one hit like 4 lines, but it's literally all low rolls.
That is cursed.
This one has 4 lines. It's a 9.3, so that's pretty good. But there's no ER. I don't have any ER on any of these. It's like I need ER here, and then I need to upgrade this one because it's double low roll with nothing else. So this one I need ER on, and then this one's like hard to upgrade because it's a 10.5.
Fair enough.
So what I'm saying is my life is shit. Also, I hate upgrade. Do you like farming echoes?
Depends.
I like going to the nightmare. Wait, what are your thoughts on the nightmare fields?
Okay, chat, I'm a hater.
You're a hater?
I don't hate the nightmare nests themselves. I hate the fact that there is a stupid-ass daily limit on them.
Okay. Well, dude, what else is there gonna be? Are you just gonna sit there, all the mobs are just grouped up, and you just perma farm?
What I want is for them to add an option. Like, I want to at least have the option to spend wave plates.
Oh. But then you get...
Like...
Okay.
Allow me to just spend wave plates, bro.
That would be cool,
It's
actually.
Not, like, literally, I would, like, that... Do that, Kuro Games, my life is yours.
Dude, what I was thinking was they can make it so you have, like, the nightmare fields, but then also make it so the sets are farmable, too. Like, they're adding the new regions, but then the new regions don't have the new stuff you can actually farm for those characters. I don't know why. Why not have both the nightmare field and you can farm in the open world, too?
I don't know, bro. Kuro just hates good ideas sometimes.
They could have so easily just taken the whatever mobs or whatever they're going to use, like the nightmare variants. Fuck it, just like throw them in like the open world mobs and stuff. Like, and just like add some stupid lore reason why they're there, and then just have it so they're on the 2 new sets so you can actually farm them. Then you have the whole new region, and then if you're lazy or you're based rather, and you want to farm daily, you can just go to the Nightmare Field. So now you have the option of farming on day 1, and you have this Nightmare Field as a casual player, which is a big W. That's what I want to see.
Okay, I love the Nightmare Nests for one specific reason. And that is, they're just free echoes.
Right?
Like, even when my Fidelova was done being built, I was still farming the Nightmare Nest for her set, just so I could batch merge stuff, like, you know, for the future. Because, you know, they add new sets, and then I need to make a guide. Good thing I did, because it saved me a lot for Augusta. Holy.
Bro, I need to start doing that. I actually need to farm all the Nightmare places. I haven't been doing that. That's a good idea.
Yeah, I'm filled with good ideas. True.
Name another one. Go.
They should make Booling a dedicated Phoebe support.
True! Wait. No, they should make her just a negative status support. They could bridge the gap so hard.
No. Don't do that because the agenda.
No, wait, what if he pairs with the Phoebe? What if it takes Rover's spot? Thoughts?
Okay. Give them multi-wave frazzle application, and also give them a spectro buffing outro. Preferably make them a gun character, because Static Mist the GOAT.
True. Static Mist is so OP.
I'm tired of pretending it's not.
I don't think anyone pretends it's not. I'm pretty sure everyone says it's OP. Who says it's not?
Weird people?
Me when I pretend like EOG is better than Static Mist.
Bro, literally, EOG Glazers are literally they are agenda maxers to the limit, bro.
Dude, Static Mist is so fucking broken. I hate that the other weapons for the other ones outside of the fucking sword and the gun feel so bad. I wish they had better passives.
Ain't no one using Lustrous Razor.
Don't look at my GN. Dude,
I told you to pull Sig.
I tried to. I literally tried to. I tried to pull the signature on my GN, but I didn't have the funds to. I didn't even get to pull Chacona. When I was playing on the Arrow account, I couldn't pull for Chacona because I didn't have the funds for it. I barely got Cartethia.
Should have tried harder, L.
True. I need to start paying, bro. I need to pay to win.
Yeah, that's clearly what Kuro wants you to do.
Dude, all right, I'm in a pickle. Maybe you can answer it. So I want to pull for signatures because like having damage is pog. Wait, you don't like pickles?
I don't like pickles.
Do you drink pickle juice?
Why the fuck would I do that?
Wait, why would you not drink pickle juice?
What? Are you some kind of goblin? What?
It tastes good. It's like all briny and stuff, and it's like salty. It's great. Wait, pickle juice is goated. What's wrong with pickle juice?
Chad, I'm gonna kill someone.
I thought you didn't like saying chat.
I don't like it, but sometimes I will be forced to.
Wait, what? Wait, what is this yellow thing up here? Oh, fuck. Wait, what was I saying? Oh, something about signatures, right. I want to pull for signatures, but I also want to pull for characters, because it's like you pull for characters on release, and it's like Pog or whatever, and like people like seeing that, like seeing the new stuff. And I don't want to spend on this game, because spending on gachas is a good way to get a gambling addiction. So I don't know what to do. I don't know if I should pull for signatures or just start spending.
Start spending. W. Become a spender.
Wait, do you spend?
Yes.
Based.
Do you really think I could have gotten Carlotta, Brant, and an S6 Phoebe without spending?
Oh wait, I forgot you have S6 Phoebe. I mean, you could. You could. I saw a guy free to play. He has 2 S6s. Full free to play.
Well, yeah, okay, but I'm not mentally disabled.
Okay, bro.
I mean,
okay,
arguably
bro.
I am, but...
Dude, I think it's crazy you can get 2 S6s as a free to play. That's actually crazy.
No, it's called locking in.
Dude, I've 100% of the whole map, but I lose every 50-50, so I get bricked.
I'm not talking about locking in that way. I'm just talking about, like, mentally lock in.
Oh, true. You know what they do?
Real...
They save for reruns so they can get the extra corals, the 2 pulls from the extra corals.
Yeah, I mean, like, bro, okay. Okay, Genshin, on their most recent live stream, announced that there's going to be an event where you're able to get constellations for characters you already have. But, like, it's only, like, 1 per character, and it's only, like, a specific selection of characters. And people are glazing that system so hard, and I'm just like, bro, who has done it? Like, we have it in a different game. Like, are you good?
What, I heard that they're making it so if you go past C6, you start getting extra levels. I don't know what that actually means because I don't play Genshin, or I haven't played Genshin in forever. I'm going to be playing it on Monday, but I haven't played it in forever. I don't know if that's actually, like, good or bad of the game. When's the last time you played Genshin?
I still play daily. I'm
fuck.
Okay, my current profile picture is a Genshin character. That should tell you enough.
Wait, it is?
Yeah,
I thought
it's
it was
Nicole Rhinne from Genshin.
Wait, what? I thought it was a Toho character.
No, that is Nicole Rhinne from Genshin.
Oh.
Anyway, but basically what it is if you get a dupe of a 5C you already have C6, which includes standard characters, you get a resource to increase the level cap of your characters. But low-key, it's not gonna matter.
Wait,
like,
why?
The base stat increase is like fuck all.
Someone said that the reaction damage increase is like 40%, but I don't know what that actually means for like your damage as a whole.
Okay, that's only good for like specific teams.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering too. Because like I'd imagine like the actual, even if the reaction damage is like a 40% increase or whatever, that's not going to actually result in like a 40% increase in damage because all your damage doesn't come from reaction.
Yeah, exactly. Like realistically, that damage increase is gonna be really good for some teams, but it's not gonna matter for a lot of others.
Losing 750
So yeah, that's the situation on that. I'm trying to do like a new Augusta rotation to see if I can optimize my clear more.
Get to the, if you do the rotation they did there, you can get to your ult faster, and if you can kill on the second ult, which I think you have the gear to, that would help you clear faster.
Oh yeah, I mean yeah, that's why I'm I mean I'm not doing an exact copy of that rotation, I'm doing my own version.
100 level 100 EM Rhinne.
So it's probably not going to be as good, but like it's good for my purposes, you know. Like
The
I don't want to own
constellations?
Mega Sweat.
Oh no, the rotation.
Yeah.
Fuck, I was gonna ask you something. Then I don't remember what. Okay, 6 accounts.
Don't worry, I get how it is.
All right, what's another good idea you have? Go.
Oh fuck. Skip
Skip based. That's a great, dude. You know what's so funny? There's gonna be so many fucking pullers out there, but it feels so weird to pull for because Mortefi is so good for Augusta already,
Okay,
and he's literally right there.
Bro, okay. Here's the thing. I'm genuinely convinced that 90% of the community will just change. Will literally have fucking like they will shift the goalpost for just because a character's hot. Like,
They literally do.
Like here's the thing. Yuno is objectively a lower value character than Brant, but people will say Brant is B tier and Yuno is S tier.
Wait, people, dude. What is the #1 character placement you probably disagree with the community on?
That's a very dangerous topic to open up.
Exactly. Go. You gotta piss some people off.
boy.
Mine was GN. I pissed off a lot of people with that one.
Okay, who do I feel is not being okay? Okay, does it need to be an opinion that is very broadly accepted?
No. You can give your hot take, bro. Pop off.
Okay, wait, okay, no, I mean like does it need like the opinion I disagree with, does it need to be broadly
Oh,
like,
as long as there's like a decent amount of people believe it. Don't be like one guy Andy thinks Inland is like B tier
Okay.
or something.
Okay, well then I'll just say fucking Sheng Liao. Like, bro, okay. If you want to know how much the Sheng Liao Glazers pissed me off, it's to the point where I made an entire YouTube short about it.
Wait, I haven't watched your. What was your expanded thoughts on Sheng Liao outside of just like his damage sucking? I felt like part of the problem I have with Sheng Liao is that if they ever make him a main DPS, his kit is so bad against bosses because his attack patterns are just so dog shit, and he's just like stuck there attacking for so long that he gets fucked over.
I don't think his damage sucks. I just think that they're like, okay, I think that when it comes to Sheng Liao's kit, there's not much that's inherently wrong with his kit. I think the issue with Sheng Liao is just the fact that people treat him like he's some kind of god, even though he very much is not.
Okay. I don't know if I've ever seen... I mean, you're going to get like Shung Liao haters like dick riding you or something. I feel like the GN one was a spicier take. Because I feel like people dick ride GN as like the free-to-play god.
I mean, I agree. Like I your take is hot. If I had to go with like a really hot take, what would I say?
Are you still a Weewa enjoyer? Someone asked that.
Okay. I enjoy the concept of Weewa, but what they've done to it is fucking vile.
Do you think they're gonna revert the recent changes to Weewa? No shot, right?
I think that they're good. Okay, I think the next Weewa will be easier to be. Like, I think the next Weewa will be easier.
I mean, specifically with like, I think the next Weewa will probably be easier too. I think they'll do that. Do you think they're gonna change like the way that the mobs interact in Weewa though, with like the delay and all that shit?
I am not sure. I don't really know. Okay, unironically, I feel like a lot of people would be really happy if they changed Weewa to function more like Pure Fiction in Star Rail. Because people hated Pure Fiction at first as well, and then they changed it. And now people are more accepting of it as a game mode. Where now it's not really about clearing mobs as much. It's more so about you're killing strong enemies, but clearing the ads helps with that. You know?
That would be cool. Like I would actually like that. Yeah, that would be cooler. That would make like the less Weewa or like less AoE characters, like say like Jinchi or whatever, perform better too. Which would be good.
Okay, unironically, I was working on a video before the live stream. I kind of just need to finish the voiceover and then we can keep yapping.
Alright, bet.
So I'll deafen for now. Cause, okay, I was making a video about how there's some aspects of Augusta's kit that I just don't like.
Alright,
I was talking to you about it, like yesterday. About how she feels hostile against characters, against people that are trying to like she just has dumb restrictions for no reason.
I agree. I don't understand why they did what they did with their outro. Like, it's not like she can't quick swap. I've seen people saying like she can't quick swap at all, which is like stupid. But it's like they put restrictions on it for like literally no reason. But also,
yeah, exactly.
If you think about it, it's really bad, especially for like new players, because new players aren't going to read that shit, and they're going to get really confused by the rotation. For Augusta, it's just like completely bricked. For like some mechanic they added that serves literally zero purpose, by the way.
Yeah.
For any other character in the game, or that no other character in the game has. There's no reason to have this. It adds nothing to her kit. It doesn't make her more interesting in any regard. It's just like a... I don't know, bro. I'm not a fan of what they did with her outro skill. The rest of her kit feels nice, though.
Yeah, it's basically just a fuck you.
That's literally what it is.
Yep. Okay, I'm gonna work on this voiceover though.
Bet. Have fun.
Yeah, I'll be back in a bit.
I was waiting another 24 hours to farm one Echo in the third row. Or one Echo on the third day in a row. Great game. Based. I mean, you can do a little bit of overworld exploration for Augusta. You don't have to. You don't have to. Just farm her right now. I mean, farm only the task field, rather. Is them saying stop quick swapping, please? Okay, to be clear, wait, does someone have a Shorekeeper Mortefi Augusta account that I can use? I can show you guys the rotation or whatever, or a rotation. Because I said I was going to do that, but to be clear, you can still quick swap with Augusta. It's just, they added like a weird filter in her quick swapping to make it so you have to like do an entire rotation before you can like start quick swapping again. It almost feels like specifically it was done to say fuck Rhinne. That's what I think. I think it was to try and push Shorekeeper more, and I think it was trying to push dual DPS comps away. That's what I think her outro was. Can you DM me? Fuck Rhinne, embrace Yuno. Well, Yuno's gonna be a sub DPS, so that wouldn't replace you. That wouldn't replace Rhinne. How am I supposed to get 3 ER high rolls? I'm stuck at 170 ER on Brant. Any tips to get more ER? Using EOG? Any tips to get more ER? You need ER 3 costs? 170 is insanely low. You don't have ER 3 costs? There's no tips for it. You just have to farm. There's not much I can say there. You have to farm for it. Doesn't look like they want you to pull 3 characters this patch. I mean, Shorekeeper was going to be pulled by a lot of people regardless. I have double ER3 costs. Are you using EOG? Or what weapon are you using? No ER rolls yet? Well, you just have to roll for substats with ER on it. Og. She heals, but we already see her outro skill. Her outro skill is the sub DPS buffing skill. It's not the same as like the healer ones. The healer have their outro skills, well, except for Baisha. Dude, why do they do Baisha so dirty with their outro skill? If you swap, it gets bricked. Wait, I have 300 ping. Oh, God. I swear they increased the ping this patch. Wait, you have this place 100%ed already? Damn. This guy's a gamer. Quick swapping is the only way Encore and Chongli can. Trying to remove it is bad. Wait, what? I don't think quick swapping should be removed. I think it's good for the game. I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to differentiate like the difference between like quick swapping and not. I think they're trying to make it so quick swapping feels like less poggers. What's the filter for Augusta with Rhinne and quick swapping? Well, you have to intro into Rhinne, right? Whereas normally the biggest advantage of Rhinne is double intro. Because Rhinne doesn't need her intro at all. So you can double intro into whatever character you want, and that's a huge benefit. The problem is, Augusta mandatorily makes it, so you have to intro into Rhinne, so you lose out on that. Rhinne's intro skill sucks ass anyway. There is a bright side, though. At least you can get out of the Rhinne to go to the other 2 characters more. So if there is a character that can make use of that, which I don't know if there is, that could be good, I guess. I don't know if anyone can make use of that, though, because technically Augusta's rotation timer is really short. Maybe that'll be in the future. What was I looking at? Oh, ER. ER 119, okay. Where is Mortifi? If you cheat in Overdash and Jinjo by flying over the game negs you about it, but doesn't actually stop you doing it. Wait, what? Wait, that's funny. So you can just cheat in Overdash now? I see Rhinne work with S1 Augusta, the one-stack crown out intro. I don't know what S1... Oh, let me go check. Let me go check. You guys know I'm a non-sequence enjoyer. I'll go check, though. Casting intro skill grants 1 stack of Crown of Wills. Is there a base cooldown on that? I mean, you can double intro into Augusta here. I don't know. I don't know how this works. That would be interesting. You could stack this up super quickly. I don't know. Dude, should I stop keeping my game deep fried, by the way? I deep fried my game because I think it's funny to make fun of the people who do this, but I think it looks so troll. Do you guys think the game looks better right now, or does it look better how I have it normally? Could you try Augusta with Jinshi's weapon Shorekeeper? I mean, there's already math on it. You can check out Pridwin. Pridwin has the numbers for that. It's like a... Over Lustrous Razor, it's an 8% increase. From having her signature, Jinshi's weapon is like a... Fuck. 30%? Or like... Well, technically... So the way math works is... If you compare it from like the huge increase of like having your signature and go down, it's only going to be like a 20% damage decrease. But if you compare from going from Jinchi signature going up, it's like a 32% increase, if that makes sense. Because going from 75 to 100 is a 33% increase, but going from 100 to 75 is a 25% decrease. Right? Because you're adding 25, and 25 is a third of 75, and then 25, if you subtract that from 100, that's a fourth, so that's 25. That's the easiest way I have of explaining it. One thing I see is people talking about Wuwa signatures in that regard, and they'll say like 40% increases and stuff like that, but that's because the Wuwa signatures are calculated in a different way. They're calculating the signatures from the base of the 5-star and then calculating it upwards, so the increase looks better. But if you calculate it from like the actual signature itself and then go downward, the decrease from going from like Augusta's signature down to Luscious Razor is like a 20, I want to say 23 off the top of my head. I'd have to double check. It's like a 23% decrease to go down to the 5-star. So you're only losing 23% damage, which is a lot, to be clear. 23% damage is a lot, but that's pretty on par with like average ZZZ signatures. But I've seen people complaining about that. Something to keep in mind. I do wonder if it's better to show it this way. I mean, the weird thing is, like, it kind of weirdly creates, like, FOMO by showing it this way. Because you'll see, like, the huge increase from, like, the 5-star weapon all the way up to, like, the massive one. I'm wondering if, like, showing the signature and showing the decrease from the signature would be better. Is Augusta 44111 better than 43311? Doesn't 43311 literally just perform better? Why would 44111 perform better? Unironically, I should try this setting while fighting the new holo. It should help with visibility. I don't think it helps with visibility. What was I going to show? Oh, yeah, the rotation. There's going to be, like, skill. Mortefi autos. Anytime you swap into Mortefi for this comp, he'll auto. So he'll auto without me even pressing a button, right? Like, I have my hands off. That's something to keep in mind. So if you're playing quick swap with Mortefi, or you're doing, like, the swaps and stuff like that, all you have to do is swap into the Mortefi. You don't even have to auto attack. So it looks like this. Get a free weapon just by pulling the pulls. True. Bro, is this a ping thing or what? This ping actually breaks rotation so hard. This is so slow. Ping actually fucks me. And then from here, so normally you can swap out at this point. The problem is when you swap to Shorekeeper, and you'll see here, I'll just swap now to do it, to show you. You see how this is still on like a long-ass cooldown? Even with that being on optimal? So the problem is, you want to extend Augusta's rotation at the end there and do some extra attacks. You think that Shorekeeper will always be in Augusta's team with Yuno? If there is one lesson I want you guys to learn about gacha games, is that you can't ever speak on the future. The only thing you can say is that generally characters like supports or whatever have value on accounts and stuff like that. I can't say whether or not Shorekeeper will always be best in slot for Augusta. Who knows? Nobody will. Maybe they could add a support that goes in there. The thing is though, like Augusta's already giga performing with Mortefi, and then obviously they're gonna make Yuno pair with her too. And her performance is gonna be really, really, really good. And so adding an even better support there seems like a bad idea until like... Let me put it like this. If they were to add like another support, it wouldn't be until like a decent amount in the future, I would think. Because I would think increasing Augusta's performance from what she is right now is kind of weird. Dude, I can't tell if swapping actually like fucks you for like the... Like in terms of ping. If that makes sense. Like, I feel like the ping is fucking me. How do you feel about Augusta? She's strong. I think specifically with, like, free-to-play options, Augusta is the strongest free-to-play team in the game. So that's a really big selling point. her signature is a pretty big damage increase. I kind of don't like that. I do like that they made it so a GN signature is usable on her. So you can get some value out of GN signature if you have that. You quick swap only until Augusta outro. You can do a little bit of quick swapping after that. But, dude, the fucking spawning because the ping. Aw. Am I in A? Yeah, but this account is C. How does Augusta perform in Weewa? I actually saw a 5 point something K in Weewa earlier. That's pretty good. Wait, what? That was terrible. I have GNs as a huge damage shift. If you have GNs, just use GNs. It's not that big of a damage shift between the two. You can look at the actual numbers on Pridwin. Wait, what? I didn't get Shorekeeper's intro. Did you see that? I have to wait because playing on ping. It's funny. I hate that I hate that I don't spend money so I can't play on my own account to do this stuff. If she's still bugged in Weewa, I heard people saying it's a bug. I don't know if that's necessarily a bug. Here's the thing. The small waves are all part of like their own individual thing, right? You'll have like 3 different like sets or whatever inside of it. Or no, you have 2. You have 2 different sets of waves that spawn inside of the small wave, and then there's like the differentiation between those. I think there's like 6 mobs and then another 6 mobs, right? So 12 mobs total for that wave. Inside of that wave, Augusta will spawn her stuff. But for the between those 2 waves, like between that small wave and the ones that have the elites or whatever, there's no I don't know if it'll actually spawn there. They confirmed it as a bug in their Discord. Well, they just inputted a patch that fixed the Phoebe bug. So if it was a bug, I feel like they probably would have fixed the Augusta bug too. We'll have to see. Because I've seen people see that too, but then they didn't fix it with the recent patch. Do you know the Shorekeeper Concerto tech? What's the Shorekeeper Concerto tech? I believe it's a bug. I've seen people say that, but they didn't fix the they didn't fix it in the patch because they already did a hotfix patch that fixed Phoebe's. They fixed Phoebe's basic attacks because her basic attacks are bugged. Maybe it's not as simple as a fix. Maybe. I can't tell if I can't swap because of ping or what, but the swaps come out so slow. It's a hands issue, unk. PB attack speed was slow. They fixed the thing though. They fixed the bug for her autos. Her autos used to be bugged. Actually, yeah, they fixed it within like a few hours. That's not that bad. Oh wait, yeah. Hold on. Let me use the NA account. Dude, I can't tell if I'm conspiracy minded or not. I've seen people talk about ping specifically. I mean, everyone knows Forte is ping reliant, but I'm pretty sure ping is affected on other skills too. Obviously, like mob spawning, ping matters. Obviously for Forte matters. I'm pretty sure it matters for Concerto, and I feel like it matters for swapping as well. I feel like... And I'd have to test this. I feel like you can't swap as fast on ping. Maybe it's because the actual check... Oh, that's probably it, actually. The actual check for when you can swap is probably done on ping. That would actually make sense. Oh. Why does Mortefi sound like Daddy and JP and the nerd in English? Based. Yo, Olar, can I use your account? I have like 110 ping to NA recently, though. That kind of sucks. The deets? Nah, I got it. You guys don't change the deets after I go on your accounts? Nah, what if I steal your accounts, though? Kappa. What if I just log into your accounts randomly and just start breaking them? I'll be evil. What if I was evil, Rhinne? I just start breaking your guys' accounts. I'll start pulling on them, bro. I'll do some pulls again. Nah. Crit rate or crit damage forecast on Augusta? If you're not speedrunning, go crit rate. They patched the bug with Phoebe's auto. Phoebe's autos are no longer bugged. Which is why it's like really weird that... It's really weird that the Augusta thing wasn't patched, but maybe it's harder to fix. I'm not sure. That's the only reason I could think of. I could totally see the mobs not respawning for Augusta and not being a bug, though. Because I feel like she's already strong for Weewa. I mean, she's already strong for Tower, so it feels like they're trying to differentiate characters between strong in Tower and strong in Weewa. I feel like they don't want characters that are strong in both. Okay, ER... Are you an ER on here? Giga Chad. Level 80? Yeah, this guy, he's a level 80 only challenge account. And then he runs ER on every single one of his substats as well. All his 3 costs have ER. Yeah, do you guys see how much faster I can swap? Also, there's like a weird lag. Yeah. Alright. Yeah, you see that? You see how much faster I can swap? You guys see that? Dude, ping is so fuck. I literally can't do stuff. I can't do stuff because of ping. You guys see the difference, right? Don't give me credit I don't deserve. True. What's a lag? For whatever reason, the first time you boot on an account, you don't get a, you lag your ass off. That's how I should put it. Yo, I'm getting trolled by the game. The game is ping dependent? Yeah, it feels really bad. One trick for Shorekeeper. You know what I'll do? Every single day, I'll give you guys a trick for how to play the game, alright? One trick for Shorekeeper. If you... Every time you're doing your, Fuck, what is it? I'll show it when I get back on here. Hold on. Let's do that. I'll show it when I get back on here. Bam, 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 bam. It's only hitting 100k? Yo, what did the fucking cook does this account, bro? Also, I don't get why... Does anyone know why it sometimes uses, like, the skill? There? So every time you get to the third auto, you can, like, cancel it over here with, like, something. So, like, if I do the third auto and then I cancel with, like, ult like this or whatever, I still gain the concerto gen for it. Or you, like, cancel with, like, that, right? Boom, boom, boom. And then apparently you can buffer the ult, which I wasn't sure if it would cancel the damage from the Phoenix, but apparently it doesn't. And over here, you go to this. Hog. And you can see I'm extending the rotation for fuck, what is it? Augusta or whatever. This one is fucked because I didn't get my skill back. Normal attacking on Mortefi feels bad. Yeah, but the rotation is like too long that there's no reason to quick swapping there. I mean, too short rather. The rotation timer is too short, and you have to artificially extend Augusta's rotation anyway. That there's no point in quick swapping. It's kind of funny. Who do you think will be replaced here with Yuno? I mean, her buff competes with Mortefi, so like Mortefi literally can't be run with Yuno. It would have to be Yuno. Why are you running ER3 cost? Because it looks cool. There's no quick swap out of the first rotation. I think there's one. Let me go double check. I think there's one spot where they quick swap, but not really. The first rotation has quick swapping, and then like after that, it's like not. Yeah, so here you can see the rotation gets artificially extended or whatever, and then auto, gonna do the thing again. Go through. And the show keep. Yeah, there's no reason to. That kind of sucks. There's just no reason to. The first part has a lot of quick swapping though, and it's really fun. I think the first part of the rotation is sick. Dude, I want to play on low ping. I want to see what it would look like if I was playing on low ping. Oh, I got break. Whoops, I missed. Is that at S0? Yeah, that was S0. Move to the server room? True! I didn't think about that. Just move to the server room, Lamau. Yeah, so I didn't know it till now. I canceled my thing too early. So swapping is affected by ping too. So anytime I'm playing on people's accounts, I can't even swap properly. Look at that. You guys see how much faster I can swap here, right? Swapping is literally affected by ping. Also, another thing that's affected by ping that you'll hear me bitch about a lot, the Fortes specifically, when Fortes interact with like your skills and stuff, most noticeably on Phoebe. On Phoebe's skill, you'll see me swap into her so often to use the skill, and I'll get fucked over. Trip over Carlotta, I recently started and don't have enough DPS units. Or is it better to wait for Galbrena? What's your roster? I mean, Carlotta's still one of the highest value, pull value characters in the game. In terms of performance, Augusta is the most free-to-play friendly character. The speedrun video used crit damage, then crit fish? Well, he didn't even crit fish in the video because he didn't even ult on the first one. He wasn't even trying to clear faster. He could have had a faster clear if he wanted to. But yeah, if you're speedrunning, you always do like crit damage, crit fishing. I don't like speedrunning personally because of that. Wait, what the fuck? Actually, I don't even think he was. Wait, hold on. Let me double check. I don't think he was. I don't have it pulled up. I'm pretty sure he was running normal. I don't think he was crit fishing because he didn't crit fish his first ult. His first ult, if you remember, didn't crit. Because he actually ran... It's actually funny. If you watch like the rotations of people, you can tell like who has more hands. He actually has a better rotation than the person ahead of him. Like he swaps faster and shit like that. Does he show his stats over here? Yeah, he's 62. Wait, does he have crit? Does it show? Oh, he is on crit. Yeah, he's on crit damage. Okay. S0 R1 Augusta would probably be difficult to build 4-3-3-1-1. Why do people keep saying that? Wait, what? Why is my ult not coming out on Augusta? I got interrupted! Speedrunning this game is a joke. 50% crit rate, 300 crit damage is not a realistic build. It's a really bad build. Then let me retry until I get a crit fish. I do think crit fishing is cringe. I also think it's kind of cringe that speedrunning is relying on ping too. But you can still see cool rotations and stuff like that. I think I canceled too early. Yeah, you have to wait till the actual black hole shows up. Do you guys prefer watching, I always wonder if it's, like, better for me to... Wait, what? She got her ult interrupted? That's crazy. Do you guys like watching stuff like this where I, like, sweat and, like, practice rotations or whatever? Wait, it didn't swap. What the fuck? It's chill. I'm trying to think of what else I would do for like stream. I mean, I feel like doing this occasionally is fun. Am I getting interrupted? What the fuck? Wait 4 seconds before you start? That's not the problem I'm looking at. The problem is the not that. It's not the getting the ult from the Augusta. It's the I know what you guys are saying. That's not the thing I'm looking at right now. It's not the Augusta. I want to see viewer polls. Dude, wait, Cloudy, do you watch the viewer polls from yesterday? That was so fucking bricked. Oh my god. You know what's interesting? I wonder if people... Well, I guess most of the community is, like, gonna be casual naturally, right? So... I kind of want to talk to, like, Genshin creators and, like, ask what Genshin was like in, like, its first few years. But I guess Genshin was kind of an anomaly. What was... No, Star Rail's writing off Genshin. ZZ? No, ZZ is the same... Alright. Here's what's really weird. The ZZ content creation scene is literally all sweating and all guides. And that's it. And also... Somehow, ZZZ is simultaneously, like, a smaller game. But then I think in terms of viewership, it actually does better on YouTube. Why is that? Does anyone know? Like, I think ZZZ, or maybe they're about the same size. Maybe it was, like, slightly smaller. I'm not sure. They're, like, pretty similar to each other. But WoW does not get views for some reason. But I feel like it should. Because his Twitch presence is pretty big, but Twitch is, like, pretty small compared to YouTube. His YouTube presence in WoW is really bad. But maybe it's just because there's no content creators in the scene. Why do you guys think WoW performs poorly on YouTube? Should I replace my ER attack percent, crit rate, crit damage, basic attack 3 costs, and 1 cost attack percent, basic damage, crit damage for ones that have ER on Brant? The ER... one would be too hard to farm, so probably not. Drama bait? You say that, but then the drama bait doesn't do well in ZZZ, and it doesn't do well in Genshin, and it doesn't do well in HSR. NCCs drive everyone away? Maybe. Bro, why am I playing on 100 ping? Let me swap faster. It looks so cool. I want to be cool. I want to swap faster. Skill expression is easy, is crazy high compared to the rest of the market. I think WoW has like skill expression in it too, but the problem is like you don't get to see like stuff like that or whatever, right? Like the giga swapping or whatever. I mean, there's a... I don't think this game has as much. I don't think this game has as much skill expression as ZZZ, but I don't think most people care about like how high the skill expression is in the game because it's a gacha game at the end of the day. But ZZZ still performs well, which is super weird. Oh, okay. I just realized what the ping issue is. It's specifically like fluctuations. Okay. Woo attracts players who only care about the gacha part but doesn't care about meta? Which is surprising because one of the biggest things about Woo is like specifically the fact that or a lot of people bring up like combat as like the biggest selling point for the game, right? They're like Woo combat peak or whatever. What the fuck? I think it's ping fluctuations that make it so you can't swap properly. Play with what a high level you need an insane PC with high frame rate and low ping. Yeah, I can swap better off of when I'm not streaming as well, which kind of sucks. I hate that. But I do feel like, the thing is though, like if you come for gacha or whatever, you would think like the gacha content creators from like Genshin or whatever would like turbo pop off. I mean, they kind of are. Like Jadalee's doing really good. Jadalee gets good viewership. I guess the Genshin players do, but those views probably come from like the Genshin side, right? I would think at the start of this game though, the game, I mean, I guess the game sucked at the start of the game, so nobody wanted to play it. The games that, like, Woo, everyone agrees, like, 1.0 sucked. No one's going to defend 1.0 for Woo. And obviously the game is so much better now than it was back then. Like, they've added so much. The quality of life increases, the way character kits are made, all that shit. Like, it's just so much higher quality. The story, the artwork. The game is just so much better, a much better product now than it was a year ago. But it's, I don't know. Maybe players are just waiting for, like, actual content creators to pop up. I'm not sure. But I guess it's hard for, like, the actual content creators to have stayed in the scene originally. Because even though there was a market, the game was so bad that everyone dropped it. Is 90 to a 30 ping, 130 ping normal? For me, it is. It's not good. That's not good. But I mean, if we're being honest, it doesn't really matter too much. Give Woo time, it'll get there. That's what I'm wondering too. I'm wondering if Woo is gonna be like a scaling game, where it's like it'll. Wait, what? Oh. I'm wondering if Woo is gonna be a scaling game, where it'll perform better like later on. Because I legitimately feel like, in terms of quality and how much Kuro is putting out, and this is not to like hate on Genshin or whatever, but I feel like Woo is innovating more than Genshin is. I feel like one of the biggest issues I have with Genshin is that it doesn't like innovate. Or I haven't felt the innovation. I mean, I'm going to go play it. I'm going to go try it, see how it feels. I feel like they're kind of resting on the laurels a little bit. And I'll see them like innovate specifically in like ZZZ and stuff. Like ZZZ I think is getting better over time. I do like that they remove TVs and stuff like that. But I feel like maybe like a year or two from now, like Woo, I could legitimately say like Woo was like, well, I think Woo is a better product right now than Genshin is. I see why people like Genshin. I do think a large reason why Genshin has more viewership and stuff like that is because it was grandfathered in. But I do also think there is stuff that Genshin legitimately does better than Woo. It's not like everything is like sunshine and rainbows for Woo. Should I pull for Shorekeeper for special teams like Zani and Jinchi, or is it not worth it? Shorekeeper is good in every single team comp in the game. She's not necessarily BIS for every team comp, but she'll always be the second best option if she's not BIS. Shorekeeper is overpowered. I would pull her. Still the best full value character in the game. Do get Shorekeeper. UGC mode is innovative? What is UGC? Do you think Augusta S2 is worth it? Yeah. If you're gonna go for a sequence, Augusta's S2 is OP. And then our S1 gives her a lot of QOL. Players can design stages and play together. User-generated content? Oh, what? Oh, so I can draw dicks in Genshin? Wait, yo, I can draw dicks in Genshin. Wait, that's based. Do you get reported and banned if you do that? Minecraft and Genshin. Wait, that's actually cooking. That's actually cooking. That is the first innovative thing I've heard from Genshin from years. For years. That's actually crazy. That actually sounds crazy. That actually sounds good. Ooh, copies is a good part from different games like Soul series. No innovation. You can say that, and I will agree it does copy a lot. I don't think copying doesn't necessarily mean that it's not like innovating though, within the scene specifically. Like I feel like I'll give you an example. What if someone came up in Wuthering Waves that was Small Ant, and he was Small Ant for Wuthering Waves. That's me. I'm Small Ant for Wuthering Waves. Is that innovating? I would say so. What if you had a gacha game that innovated gacha by copying elements of other games and then making gacha? Is that innovating? I would say it is. I would say it is because they're doing something that other games haven't done. I don't think other games have like the same appeal as WoW. I will say. No, I can't agree. I can't agree with it. I can't agree with what you're saying. I think just because they're copying stuff from other genres or whatever, like it is obviously like a Souls-inspired game from like holograms and whatnot. It's obviously a lot of the systems in the game are very similar to Genshin. I don't think you can say it's not innovative though. Yoink and Twist? You can call it Yoink and Twist. Technically, a sandbox mode isn't innovative then, if you want to go that route. But I wouldn't say that. I would say that's good. I would say that's innovating. I would say that's adding to the game. I don't agree. Who copied TV mode and made it worse? I do agree with that part. Not a fan of the TV mode they added. I don't agree with the where the fuck? Who was TV mode? The film event or whatever is just TV mode. It's the same exact thing. Wait, what? That mode is absolute cinema. Hard disagree. Do a Night of Biz removing the gacha system is game changing? The only problem is that makes it like just a normal game. But is the game good enough to stand as a normal game? Maybe it is. I'll try out the game when it launches. As a returning player only as GN, Mortefi, and Verena built, would you recommend to pull another DPS or play safe with Shorekeeper? I would say Shorekeeper is always the best pool for any account. Always. Actually, it's not always. For any new account, Shorekeeper is going to be the best value pool because she will always slot with any DPS in the game, even if not as their best option, as the second best option. Shorekeeper is always a good pickup. Always. You can never go wrong by getting Shorekeeper. It's like pulling Astra in ZZZ if you play that game. The problem with you, say like you take Augusta right now. The problem with you taking Augusta right now is that you break your GN. Your GN can't play the game anymore. So you can't take Augusta. So you have to go for Carlotta. But if you go for Carlotta, then you don't have like a... You don't have another character to pair with the Carlotta because you're already using Verena with GN. Also, Shorekeeper S2 is good. And Shorekeeper is a universal character, so a lot of teams can get use out of it. It should have HSR blue resin for modifiers? What is blue resin? Bro, I'm getting gapped by Flirtless. She's not letting me attack. I'm missing one auto. Who needs better events that have actual replay value? I don't think does any event in any game have replay value? I don't agree with that at all. I don't think any event has replay value in any of these games. Who's replaying the events? You play the events once and then they're fun there. I think Lua has made good events before, like depending on what you want from them. Like the fishing event I think was really well designed, or like that entire fishing area. That was well designed. I don't like fishing personally, but if you like that kind of stuff, I think that was well designed. What's another good event? Chat, what are good events Wu was made? I'm miserable playing Wu events. I do think the recent events have been misses. I thought the Cube event was a miss. I think the film event was a miss. I thought the Frollo event was good. TCG? TCG was okay. The puzzle event? Yeah. I like that one. The painting one? I like the painting event. Don't need replay value. We need events that aren't shit to do. Yeah, I agree. I want events that are fun to do. Replay value doesn't mean anything. Co-op events? We've had co-op events. What did they make Virtual Crisis co-op? Or something like that. Virtual Crisis has potential to be a great endgame. I still want DA. I think the game is more interesting. Hold on. Does anyone disagree? I think DA would be a better endgame than what we have right now. I think the game would be more fun if we were playing like a very similar DA-esque game instead of like Tower. Well, I want them to remove Weewa, but it seems like it's not going to happen. I think if we had like you're going to like a timer and you're trying to get X amount of damage on a boss, that would be super cool. And it makes you actually interact with the boss attack patterns too. I think that would be a cool endgame. I mean, I'm fine with Tower. I don't dislike Tower. I think Tower is a fine endgame mode. Tower's fine. I hate Weewa, though. I fucking hate Weewa. I think Weewa needs to be... Weewa's a bricked mode. I'm not a Weewa enjoyer. I know there are people out there who don't like Tower because they think it's too, like, Spiral Abyss coded. But I thought Spiral Abyss is good, too. I like Spiral Abyss. I like Weewa. I mean, I like Tower, not Weewa. Not Weewa. I hate Weewa. We hate Weewa. We're Weewa haters. Wait, can I echo during this? Oh, I can't. SPL takes Spiral Abyss OG design over Tower? What's the difference between OG Spiral Abyss? I actually don't know. Dude, I'm getting trolled by the boss. All the gacha endgames, they're either too easy or pay to win. Dude, alright. When I complain about, like, say, like, HP inflation or whatever in ZZZ, people act like I'm acting like the world is over or something. And people act like that means that you can't, like, beat the game free to play or some shit. I don't know why. It's not like... Wu's endgame right now is technically easy. Like, it's not difficult. If you invest any amount of time into learning the game or whatever... I have to nerf my accounts intentionally. I don't pull for signatures. I leave my characters underleveled, understated, with mediocre echoes intentionally to make the game even have a semblance. And I still one-shot everything. The game is not difficult. Like, I literally have to inflate it by, like, adding challenges. Like, if I'm able to beat the endgame using only literally the fucking worst element in the game, bro, not even having arguably the best character for that element, like, the game is pretty easy. I think the best solution they can add is like making it so you have like other reasons to play other reasons to play outside of just beating the end game. So like DA, for example, gives you the score, right? So you compete with other people with like the tracking. That is super cool. That is a good way to handle it. So you have the ranking system so everyone can compete there. It gives them an incentive to pull because now they want to shove their big dick down everyone's throat, right? And just like wave it around. They want to be like, oh my god, I'm popping off. It is literally the perfect thing. The perfect thing to get people to spend is to make them compete with each other. Then, from that point, it also gives free-to-play players something to aim for. It gives the people who are sweats something to aim for. It gives everyone something to aim for, right? The free-to-plays can, like, make their account good enough to, like, compete with or against other free-to-plays or whatever, see what their score matches up against them, or feel good about beating whales just with their skill. Good players, or like sweats, can compete against other sweats, and the whales can flex their wallet. It's literally perfect. Just add a ranking system in this game. Yo, do the other gachas have that? It's literally perfect. ZZ does? Well, I was talking about ZZ specifically there. That's what game I was referring to. Add friend tracker for tower? I mean, they can do that. I don't know how much people care, though. I think it's better if they add a ranking system. Add a ranking system. PGR has that? So they literally have it in their own universe. They have that. Boom. What? We will but a boss rush. That would be cool. We were actually talking about that earlier. If you watch the tier list discussion towards the end, we talked about we will but a boss rush. That would be cool. You have like some small like characters or whatever coming in, so like the AoE characters still have like some benefit there. But then you have like a main boss you're still aiming for. That would be a cooler way of handling it, I think. Making a system has the issue of cheaters as well. I don't think that matters though. I don't think that matters. I think it's fine if they have cheaters. Obviously, like, purge the cheaters or whatever, but, like, that doesn't, like, make the mode bad. Bam, 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 bam. Oh, what? Oh, Mecha Bomb actually cancels me. Okay. I didn't know that. Mecha Bomb actually cancels my skill. Gacha community is about to crash out hard? About what? Are we gonna need 14s for tower? They said something about like an energy saving thing, depending on your performance, so I'm not sure. Bro, why does it that's literally my skill. Why does it keep using my skill when I'm using my auto? Fall Guys on Woo was a good idea. I thought the Bang Boo Fall Guys was hilarious. You guys don't like the Bang Boo Fall Guys? I thought that was a fun-ass event to do. I really like doing that one, actually. That was a fun event. I was down for the Bang Boo Fall Guys. I like Bang Boo Fall Guys event. I like the... Honestly, I think ZZZ, out of the gachas I played, has the best events. No glaze. My friend says Fall Guys is the worst thing ever. Tell your friend he has shit taste. Bang! I'm getting interrupted too much. For cubes? The cubes could have been a Fall Guys event. That would have been cooler. I would have liked the cube Fall Guy event. That would have been sick. Hog! Why did it do that? Why does it keep doing that one? Do you guys see that? It like does that for no reason. I don't know why it does that though. Why does it do that that thing? You see the Destiny gacha game that came out? Destiny Rising? Is that game good? I saw it came out, but I didn't see how good it was. Or I saw other people playing it, I should say. I saw other people playing it, but I haven't looked too much into it. It has no 50-50? No 50-50 is cool. $60 pulls for guaranteed 5-star. Well, stuff like that only matters depending on like what the actual rate of getting pulls are. It doesn't technically mean anything to just say like you have 60 pulls for a guarantee, right? Because you could easily imagine where you have like 60 pulls or whatever, but then you don't actually get dick for pulls, right? Boom. Wait, do you have the signature? Do you spend on this account, by the way? Feeling engaged mid combo, you might be hitting right as the forte fills completely. For what? The Augusta gauge? Or the Brookkeeper? Used to be a whale, I haven't been since Contarella. Based. Dude, I actually like this team a lot. I almost wish I had Shorekeeper. It actually feels fun as fuck to play. This does not look fun. Whose open world puzzles are boring? I've never been a ooh. Open world puzzles. Is 40-20 a good ratio for Brand? No. 43 crit rate is no. No. That's cooked, bro. That's a cooked as... What even is that? Are you crit damage main set? How are you 43 crit rate? I'm cooked? That is cooked. Came from YouTube. Much good work, by the way. Yo, glad to hear it. We got some bangers coming out soon, all right? I already told you guys, but I'll give you guys again. We got the air only challenge. That video will be coming out the second I'm done with the thumbnail. The ZZ video will be out next week sometime. The polling tier list or whatever, that video I'm gonna release later today. And then we have the brand new Woo player account. I'm just waiting on the thumbnail for that one. That one will come out next week as well. And then the ZZ new player one, that was almost done too, actually. So I got 4 giga banger videos coming out. Super well made, super duper good. I promise you guys, actual giga bangers. You're definitely gonna want to see it. Best content, all Woo, no glaze. What else do we have coming out? Oh, the Augusta building video should be coming out soon too. The only reason I'm delaying the ZZ video is because I want to put out the Augusta video the second when that one comes out. We got some bangers. I got some bangers planned for you guys. I want to get to the point where I'm putting out like quality content, not like the unedited stuff. Like I want to put out like 2 quality videos a week, and then I want to fill out like the rest with like the other stuff that I do. Oh fuck. I want to fill out the rest with like other stuff like tier list or like discussions and stuff like that. So I want to release probably realistically like 4 videos a week, 2 quality videos, and then two of like the whatever videos. That's my goal right now. I don't know how or if we're gonna get there. What's my current schedule actually of uploading videos? Let me see. Last one was the 26th, so it's been 3 days. And oh, that was like almost daily uploads all of August. Holy shit. Wait, I was uploading so much. Oh my god. Okay. I upload more than I feel like I do. I don't even notice that. I have so many projects in the works that are literally just waiting to be uploaded that I'm like sitting over here really confused. I'm actually so confused. I thought I was uploading less than that. What's your opinion on losable fights in the story? I think people play story, don't play for boss fights, so it makes sense why they'd have it. Is it allowed to do compliments here? If yes, you're super handsome. Chat, you guys gotta pick a dynamic. Do you guys want to rage bait me or do you guys want to glaze me? You guys gotta pick your dynamic, alright? I'm fine for either. You know what? Let's have a war. Let's have a war between the rage baiters and the glazers, alright? Who wins that? Who wins that? Glaze bait? True. What's wrong with some glaze bait, bro? You have a nice jawline. W Pay Chatters. Appreciate it. Thanks, Pay Chatters. Yo, we like the glaze baiting. Dude, the glazing goes hard. You guys are after a girl's heart. Bro. I'm getting skill issued. Paid actor? True! You guys are all paid actors as far as I'm concerned. No, I didn't get my... Oh, that's so cursed. Wait, I'm getting interrupted out the ass. Goodbye. Me when I'm not looking at my screens or reading chat. You know what I need to do? I need to set up my camera so I can have like it always on my jaw. So I can just ego check myself. Wait, what? I need to always have it on the side on my jaw, and then I can just have people glazing my jawline. True? True. I was thinking about doing it from the side, but I couldn't get like a good side angle for like a camera. No! I wonder how hard it would be for you to say I can't say true for one whole stream. I'll try for 5 minutes. 5 minutes of not saying true. If I say the word, I'll do 10 pulls on Augusta's signature, alright? If I say that word, I'll do 10 pulls on Augusta's signature. You can parry with that jaw? I almost just failed the challenge. I'm not gonna lie to you. You can't make me fail that fast, though. Which word? The word. That starts with a T? And I can't say the rest. You guys can't bait me that hard. I'm not that stupid. You say crazy? That's crazy, bro. But I mean, the word is kind of mainstream too. It's not like it's not. It's all mainstream words, bro. I'm not an original Andy. Is it the word for the confirmation of a correct statement? Yes. If I say that word, I have to pull. I said 5 minutes, right? All right, we'll just say I started 2 minutes ago. Have I said it yet? I'm not paying attention. I'm not trying to filter my words. I think I haven't said it yet, though. I think I haven't said it yet. Wait, what? No! Calm down! I can't auto. Die! Are you on a Cartethia hate train? What does that mean? I mean, I don't like the character personally, but I can't deny, like, how strong she is. Like, I hate her as a character, but she's strong. It's not like she's not. Don't get it twisted. That character's OP. Mortevi's clunky to play? I actually don't agree. I think Mortevi's really solid. Is it blank that you hate, you know? It is blank. It is correct. Cadenza helps a lot when it comes to its rotation. I mean, the nice thing... I'm filtering my words now. I'm filtering my words. You guys are making me filter my words. I have to not say the word. I will not do pulls. I will not do pulls on Augusta's banner. I will not say the word. I will not say the word. All you have to do for Martepi is, like, fit in the quick swap windows. It's so difficult. It's so difficult for me to talk. I have to talk without saying the word. You just have to fit in his quick swap windows, which are super easy. As you can see there. And it's super brain dead. You only have to swap to him and then not press a button and he does it for you like that. So there's no thought process involved whatsoever. It is very difficult for me to pre-filter my words before speaking, so I don't say a specific word. Please convince me not to pull for Carlotta. Oh, I got you. If you're a sweat, wait, do you sweat in gachas or do you play casually? Because if you're a sweat, Carlotta fell off. If you're a casual, I think Carlotta's still a good character. With that said, she is not as performing as any of the mono element teams, and on top of that, her playstyle is so simple that it's boring. I'm sweaty, but not super sweaty. If you get into like more sweaty territory, no one uses Carlotta. Her damage is not on par with like the other teams. And then also you don't have like quick swap shenanigans you can really do, because her kit is like hard locked on like a 25-second timer or whatever for ultimate. and you get to just sit on her and do nothing. I think she's boring to play personally. I'm a Carlotta non-enjoyer. I'm so glad they power crept her. Fuck Carlotta. Augusta's kind of poggers to play it, but I think that might be just because I like Martefi. Timer's up. Oh, it is up. I can say true now. Pog. True. True. All right, no more robot. No more filtering. True. I care about meta, but I also want to main DPS Yuno because I don't like Augusta playstyle. You don't like Augusta's playstyle? I think she's fun. I didn't like it at first when I first started playing it, but then as I learned how to play her more, she feels pretty fun to play. Wait, what? Oh, wait, what? Wait, what did I do there? When are you gonna watch the ZZ viewer clears showcase from your channel from your Discord? I was gonna do a whole thing for it, but you guys gotta. I need more posts in there. I was gonna dedicate like a stream to it or whatever, make it into a video, but it's gonna happen like after, sometime like maybe later this month. Just told him the timer was up already. I was watching the timer. Technically that was even late. I gave you guys an extra 2 minutes of me not doing it. I was even waiting. Bang, bang, bang. So someone said he doesn't like Augusta because she moves too much and he got dizzy. Dude, she is really awkward during her ult. I won't deny. Also, this part right here where I get forced to dodge is kind of cringe. Or Yuno's early sequences? Honestly, I don't look into whale stuff. I never look into sequences because I don't even want to get close to tempted to spend. Yo! This stupid character breaks my rotation. She moves at light speed, what do you expect? Is that the lore behind it? Wait, I didn't use my skill at the start. Oh! I'm doing ZZ Shiyu tomorrow? I'm gonna be doing... What are they doing tomorrow? DA viewer clears and maybe Nuzlocke. That thing. Oh wait, Shiyu. When does Shiyu reset? Did Shiyu reset already? If Shiyu reset, I'll do Shiyu. New Shiyu. No, I already did Shiyu. No, I already did the new Shiyu. I'll be doing viewer clears and stuff like that. Yes? I thought it just reset, didn't it? With like the anomaly thing. Wait, what the fuck? You reset today? Oh, then I guess we'll do that tomorrow. I haven't done DA either, I don't think. Then we'll do that tomorrow. I'll do some viewer clears too. Account reviews. I have to go back on Eon's account still, I think, right? Yo! She feels a bit clunky to play. Augusta? I will say... It's a little bit awkward, the, Wait, what? Oh, is this because I didn't wait at the start? Cringe. I didn't even wait. Wait, how do you know when you're done waiting? Is it just this? Guess it's not easy to play well. I think she is. Why? That's literally your skill. Why does it use that when I input my basic? Is that a bug? Does anyone know what causes that? Yeah, just whenever this thing comes up, right? No, I fucked up. She technically has like 3 quick swap windows you can do, which is pretty sick. No, dude, I hate parrying. I hate parrying. Parrying equals fuck up rotation. I'm missing one? Where's my ultimate? Why am I not gaining my ultimate? You finished the tier list? Yeah, it was about an hour ago in the VOD when we finished. Why am I not getting my ultimate? I think it missed one auto. Fuck. Fuck. Playing on ping is diabolical. Bro, what is 100 ping? Bam, 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 bam. Why does it do the uppercut? Do you guys see that? Like, I'm literally pressing the basic button. I'm not using skill. I mean, there I used it. I actually no. I'm literally pressing the base. Hold on. This is literally supposed to be the Look at this. Yeah, that. Is it a bug? Is that like a ping related issue? Why does it do the uppercut? Does anyone know what causes this? Jump button does uppercut too? Dude, you're not pressing jump button ever on this comp though. Let me see. No one's ever pressing the jump button. Yeah, right there it didn't, huh? Huh? I know she can press different. The uppercut is supposed to be if you use the skill. The uppercut is supposed to be if you use the skill. Like, watch. That's the skill. Try dodge counter with a full forte. See if it does anything. You might be shortcutting into it. If it's like delayed there? What the fuck? No, right here is working properly. You feel the gauge during the heavy attack animation? She does the uppercut. Wait, can I just keep doing this? That had nothing to do with the gauge, but it did it right there too. Yeah, see, it did it right there as well. What the fuck? Did it right there too. So just mash your keyboard? But even when I'm mashing, it still does it. Why would they do it like that, though? So, like, right there, you just hit the mash. So you start the heavy and then you do mashing. Okay. Why wouldn't they just make the shortcut for it? No, but, like, right there, I didn't even input anything yet. Does it always happen after dodge counter? No. Let's see. This is not connecting. Bro, she has too many attack patterns. Stop making me do you guys see my energy right now? If you cast a heavy attack at full forte, she'll always do the spin slash. If cast at 90%, she will do the steel clash and fill the gauge during the attack and then the uppercut. Oh. Why wouldn't they just make it a separate button? Why don't they just make it a separate button? Or better yet, make it so the uppercut is actually good. That would be Pog. What if the uppercut was like actually good? We'd be happy. Wait, what? My concerto didn't fill up? Weird. Oh, I'm grieving. I'm grieving, I'm grieving, I'm grieving. Boom! No, that didn't work there either. Wouldn't it be good if it immediately did the eagle attack? Well, the eagle attack only comes from the enhanced skill, right? You can't actually do that normally. Wait, what? I hate that your basic game plan is just to completely ignore the boss. Boom! I'm missing a stack? How am I missing a stack? Yeah, I'm surprised we don't have a training room in this game yet. I'm very confused how we don't, honestly. You know our best rotation? Technically, the best rotation is dependent on bosses, but it's gonna be pretty similar to this one. Well, the problem is, there's like different rotations. So there's different best rotations. It depends on what you're trying to do. If you're talking about overall DPR, probably not. If you're talking about for killing this boss, then it's just gonna be this. Or something similar to this. The thing is, you have to, with Mortevi specifically at least, you have to extend a rotation at the end. Also, it's kind of weird because you can do like different rotations that'll get you in the ults faster. Like over here, I get to the ult faster than the one we saw oh, I don't even know if I showed that on stream. I get to the ult faster doing this rotation. Like I'm actually in the ult, I think an entire second faster over here than his rotation. But then you lose out on the extra damage from your ultimate because you're not getting the buffs from Mortefi, right? This is my account? No. I think Lupa is still bait. You guys completely misunderstand what I say. I mean, yes, from the sense of it makes your characters less versatile. No, from the sense that that's technically their bis. This is what I mean. You guys are so... You guys, like, try to make me say stuff that I don't say. You guys are so troll. You guys are so troll. If I tell you Lupa is bait, I can say Lupa is bait. Because Brant and Chun-Li already perform in other team comps. And so, from that point of view, it's bait because... Lupa is bait because Brant performs in other comps. Chun-Li performs in other comps. Lupa can only perform in the fusion comp with characters that are already performing. It's technically their best in slot. That can also be true. Technically, Yuno is probably going to be, or is going to be, Augusta's best in slot. She's still not going to be that good at pull value. It's going to be bait. Just use more Tevi, bro. Yeah, sure, but when I say stuff like Lupa is bait or whatever... You know what? Fuck it. Lupa is bait, alright? If you pull Lupa, you break your account. It is literally F tier. Don't pull Lupa. She's actually dog shit. There you go. Clip it. You guys are so stupid. I hate caveating everything I say because you guys literally try to be the biggest fucking rage baiter I've ever seen in my life. You guys claim you guys don't want drama tubing and shit, and then you guys like literally try to rage bait everyone on cooldown. Shut the fuck up. Miss. Can also just be chill and have good takes. Name a single take I've had that's incorrect. You literally can't. What did I say that was incorrect? I said nothing incorrect there. There's literally just factual information. Lupa chains Chun-Li and Brant to that character. Lupa also makes it so that Chun-Li and Brant can go to other characters, right? And Lupa does not perform outside of using those characters. What is wrong about that statement? To be clear, just because you guys are stupid and don't know what you're talking about does not mean I'm stupid and don't know what I'm talking about. You guys could just not be stupid. You guys have the option of being intelligent. Why is that a problem? Because it takes characters that are otherwise versatile, like Brant and Chun-Li, that have options outside of Lupa, and puts them specifically only for Lupa. Now you have a Lupa whose only value on the account is making that fusion team good. But that fusion team already performs with other characters. Sure, it performs better for Mono Fusion specifically if you have Lupa. True. And if you want to pull for that, you can do that. At the same time, if you already have these characters performing without the Lupa, how much value does Lupa add to your account if you're actually pulling? This would be like saying, oh, I have GN signature. I should pull for Augusta's signature because it's better. It doesn't mean anything, all right? Saying that, oh, I get X amount of performance over this, should I pull for this? Here's the thing, all right? You pull for Lupa. What does Lupa do for an account? You get X amount stronger, right? You get however much stronger. You have however much extra performance, all right? You get better performance, say, for pulling, like, signatures for those characters or whatever, right? You'd get more mileage out of the character for that, right? Let's say you pull, like, Brand signature or whatever. That would get you more mileage. Even, or pulling, like, any other main DPS signature would get you more mileage, right? So you get more pull value there. You get more value out of having your characters be able to go to other characters, and then Lupa specifically gets fucked over by only being usable in fusion. Because this is the because part. Go ahead. It's fine. You guys are really stupid. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. You guys try to make... No. I'm not gonna get rage baited. You guys are just stupid. It is what it is. You can pull for Lupa. It's technically Fusion's best team. You can also pull for Lupa knowing that you just made it so your Fusion characters are now stuck playing with Lupa. There you go. Enjoy. It's okay though. Camellia, or not Camellia, Sunhwa is actually an S tier character. Don't worry, bros. One day I will purge the Wubo community of every dogshit take they want to make. One day. Victory is at the spear's tip. True. I think what happens is people get mad because Lupa is their waifu and they don't want to hear truth. And so they get mad when I say you pull Lupa and you chain otherwise or characters that literally perform outside of Lupa to Lupa. And you can do that and you'll get performance out of it and she gets value there. But what does that actually do for your account? What does that do for your account? You've made your account less versatile. You've pulled for a character that isn't usable outside of those characters that already have use elsewhere. When you can just pull BIS for characters, like, say, Cartethia for Chacona or whatever, that are going to get even better performance relative to how they're performing before, and just get more mileage there. So, yes. I mean, Lupa can be a... Likely what's going to happen is Lupa's probably just going to be best for Fusion for a long-ass time. And so... whenever, like, Fusion characters get added to the future or whatever, maybe Lupa will scale even more there, and it'll be like, oh my god, every Fusion character needs Lupa. That could easily happen. Or pretending like Lupa doesn't exist to chain your Fusion characters to your account is so stupid. I don't know how anyone can get mad by saying that. It doesn't count for future characters that may show up. Zani outro? What? We can't account for future characters because they can just print whatever they want in the future. They can literally just make a character tomorrow. They can make a character tomorrow that just makes it so Mono Spectre is just like the best team in the game. Yesterday you were telling you got a Theorycrafter next stream? What? Wait, do you guys think I feel like... Okay, I'm not gonna argue with idiots right now. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Don't get rage baited. Don't get rage baited, don't get rage baited, don't get rage baited, don't get rage baited. It's chill. Is the streamer that gets rage baited by chat every stream? No. I was running Mortefi with Static Mist for Augusta and switched to Cadenza and it's much better. It's definitely not much better. It's definitely not true. That is definitely not true. Bam, 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 bam. Who is a DPS? Was the DPS? Chongli would be way more important to the team, which is good because she's the only one I have. What? I can switch out on Mortefi quicker. You go to Cadenza though. The problem is you're not getting any value out of the ER stat. You're not getting any value out of. You're not getting any value out of the extra attack you get from Static Mist. You're not getting any value to the extra stats you get from Static Mist. Also, you can get off of Mortefi or do one less quickswap on Mortefi. Is Chacona a better pull over Lupa? Because Lupa makes your account more versatile. No, because Dracona only really pairs with one team. At least Lupa can pair with multiple teams. She got that going for her. Dracona's only really... The only reason I ever pull Dracona is pulling it for Cartethia, but that team is super strong. At least Lupa, you can, like... If you have, like, a Brant, you can play with Brant. If you have a Chun-Li, you can play with Chun-Li. If you have an Encore, you can play with Encore. It has some versatility there. The thing is, like, the Chun-Li or, like, the non-Brant variants aren't going to perform that well. But, I mean, it still works. It's still, like, okay-ish. And obviously, Mono Fusion's the best for the actual Fusion characters. But then the problem is, you chain Lupa to the Fusion characters. You chain the Fusion characters to Lupa, rather. When Brant and Chun-Li both work with, say... Carlotta, for example, they both work with Jinchi. They both work with... No, apparently, he said Brant works with Forlova. I didn't know that. I didn't see the math on that one specifically. Both those characters work with Phoebe. Both those characters work with Sheng Liao. You can literally pair them with half the roster, and they get serviceable results. Even good results if you pair them with like the good characters like Carlotta or whatever. But then you pull Lupa, and technically it's their best... Not increase. It's not gonna like be like a super omega insane increase, but then also when you're doing that, the cost of the team becomes much higher because you're pulling that, you're pulling Lupa, plus you're pulling Lupa's signature. That's a fuckload of money that you're spending that you also have to pull for the Chun-Li plus her signature plus Brant plus her signature to actually make work. I think from my... Ooh, if there were more tiers on the tier list, I actually would like move stuff down a little bit. Maybe it would have been better if we did like A+, A-, stuff like that. Maybe that would have been a better way to handle the tier list. But I guess it's like pretty ordered. Dracona good for Phoebe? No. Well, yes, in the sense that technically it can be like running like Weewa and stuff like that. No, from the sense that are you pulling Dracona for Phoebe? Don't do that. I would never pull Dracona for Phoebe. I would never recommend anyone pulls Dracona for Phoebe. I would never recommend that in a million years. Technically, you'll get better performance in Weewa. The better solution is just use another character that can be used with other characters too. Dracona, don't get Dracona for Phoebe. I think your way of doing the tiers is the best I've seen so far in Weewa. I think... So, here's the problem I have. Last thing I'll say on the topic. The problem I have is that when people look at... characters, what they look at is specifically, how good is X team? How good is Y team? And that's how they're basing what they think characters are good for. What I'm looking at is how good is a character if you pull it for, like, say, your account now, or, like, maybe characters that you'd pull in the future as well. Right? Or, like, what happens to that character if it ends up getting power crept or something, right? So, Jien, the biggest reason why I hate Jien is because he doesn't serve a purpose. He's outscaled in his own game mode, so he sucks there. Well, he doesn't suck there, but he's getting outperformed by other teams. Like, obviously, like, Forlova is just better than him, period. A bunch of other characters are better than him. Camellia, if you're going free-to-play options, is just better than him, period. Even using the same character as that. So, Jien is outscaled. He doesn't offer anything to an account. Then what happens to Jien the second you end up benching him? You bench, or the second you end up having him be invalidated. Because he's a main DPS, he can't cope with like other characters in the game. So, he gets fucked over there. He's not like a support like Shorekeeper, where if Shorekeeper were to get outvalued, at least she can still be a support and still help other characters, right? And still get value there. Even if she was power crept, she still has like some play on an account. Meanwhile, a character like Jien, if Jien gets power crept, there's literally zero reason to ever run Jien. There is zero reason to ever run Jien. You will just take this character and bench it completely on an account. Meanwhile, if you have a Chun-Li, for example, on your account, what happens with Chun-Li? Let's say Chun-Li gets power crept. Chun-Li's bad in some teams, okay? Well, now the Chun-Li can pair on, like, say... I mean, literally half the roster. Pair it with Phoebe. You can pair it with Lupa. You can pair it with Brant. You can pair it with Carlotta. You can pair it with Sheng Liao. You can pair it with Jinchi. You can pair it with Calculator Pog. Pair it with Encore Pog. You can do some ignorant stuff, right? So, if a character like Chun-Li gets power crept and she ends up losing her role, at least you can use it on other teams. A character like Jian, if a character like Jian loses his role, there's no universe it'll ever get used again on your account. He's just bricked. He's completely bricked on your account. Camellia has the same issue. Camellia is a character that only has one role. That's pairing her with Sunhua. So, what happens when Camellia gets replaced? Or there's someone who uses Sunhua better. Now your Camellia is fucked. Your Camellia has 0 value in your account if anybody uses your Sunhua. So she loses a lot of value because of that. This is why I say characters that perform better with multiple teams, regardless of whether or not they are, what's the word I'm looking for? Regardless of whether or not they are, at like peak performance with those teams or whatever, as long as they're like competitive-ish, have way more value. This is why I say characters like Carlotta are, despite not having the best performance right now, Carlotta is not near the other top DPSs. In terms of pull value, Carlotta is still up there because she can play with a bunch of characters, so even if her slot gets taken, at least she can still cope with the other characters on the account. Meanwhile, what happens to Augusta in the future? If Augusta gets power crept and like her best in slot teammates or whatever get taken from her, she doesn't have many comps to pair in. She can pair with like the heavy attack buffers, and that's about it. But what happens when like, I mean, she literally just stole what Jian did. Jian's probably a better example. Jian literally just got power crept by Augusta. There's no reason for an account to ever pull for Jian when Augusta exists, right? Augusta does everything Jian wants to do, but better. You will never pull Jian. Fuck this character. But what happens when that same thing happens with Camellia? She's not going to do anything for your account. She's going to go to the bench and she's going to sit there and be dog shit useless. At least characters who can play dual DPS or end up in like sub DPS slots can get some value there, right? That's why I value characters like Chun-Li. That's why I value characters like Carlotta. Carlotta can pair in dual DPS comps. She can also play hyper carry. That's good. If a character only has one role, that's really bad. Phoebe is a really high value character because she can both be a main DPS, a dual DPS, and a sub DPS. So, she has 3 different types of team comps she can play in. Phoebe is Poggers. Brant is the same exact thing. Brant can be a main DPS, he can be a sub DPS, and he can be in quickswap comps. So he has 3 roles he can play. Very Poggers. Lupa has 1 role she can play, and that is being Fusion's bitch. What is his pull value if I don't have Lupa? Brant? Brant is a strong pull. He'll use a similar logic for Pridwin's rankings in Miyabi and Ishuen. According to him, Miyabi is a higher tier because of her flexibility in teams. I agree. I think flexibility matters a lot in these games. I think it's... I don't know why people will never bring it up. Like, the reason why I will say Fulova is the best DPS in the game is because she is so fucking versatile that she can pair with a bunch of units. Nobody cares about, like, what is the literal peak performance of a character. They care about how much value a character can add to an account, how many teams it can play with, and if they can fuck around and mess around with it and do stuff, right? If you guys want, like, peak performance or whatever, just go pull some fucking sequences, just go pull literal base team comps, and just go with that. That's why I generally don't like strength tier lists, and I generally prefer pull value tier lists, because I think pull value answers the question so much better, right? What can you actually do? What can you actually do with the character once it's on your account? Jian has 1 role in the game. Jian's role in the game is main DPS. So if he's outclassed as a main DPS, he gets benched. Your goal when you pull Jian is to bench him, right? Your goal when you pull Camellia is to bench her. Camellia is gapped by Fulova in the same niche, right? Which is so sad to say, because you guys all know I'm Camellia's #1 simp. But I'm sitting over here watching Camellia. She's got to get some ult, man. Is Brand S tier without Lupa or Mono Fusion? In terms of actual performance, no. If you're talking about just base performance, no. If you're talking about in terms of pull value, yes. Those are 2 different things. So, the mono, if you guys are just talking pure performance, the mono element teams are always just the best teams, period. The best team is just Cartethia, Chacona, Arrow Rover. The best team is just Furlova, Consorella, Rochia. The best team is just Lupa, Chun-Li, Havoc, or Lupa, Chun-Li, Brand. The best team is just Zoni, Phoebe, Spectre Rover, right? These are just the best teams. But I don't think people care about that. I don't think anyone cares about that, because I feel like it's a stupid way to evaluate the game. I don't think it provides anyone any information. I think most people already know what the good team comps are. Actually, that's not true. I guess if you're looking at a tier list, you're probably wondering what the good comps are. I think the best way to look at it is a combined value assessment of both their performance in their main team and then outside of their main team and how many characters they can pair with. So that way you can see in the future, or not in the future, you can see if you end up pulling other units that may need those units, how well they perform. Like Zoni does not perform unless you have Phoebe. Period. These comps are good? Exactly. It's a boring conversation. Like a question like, is character good without their best team? In the current state of the game, if we're looking at it like that, if you're asking if it compares to the other best teams, no character performs outside of their best team to the level of other best teams outside of Shorekeeper. Nobody does that. So what does that mean? Like the current state of the game, if you want to pull Biz, is pull Biz, pull Biz, pull Biz, pull Biz, right? That's the current state of the game. Is that an interesting conversation? No. How do you balance out the tier list if units get stronger but less flexible? It depends how much their value, or like how much stronger they are compared to the non-flexible characters. Like we put Cartethia in S tier because her performance is the highest in terms of not only ease of use, but also like her what's the word I'm looking for? Actual practical performance because of her permanent uptime on bosses, pretty easy rotation, and then relatively low cost comp, even though she's kind of chained to Chacona. Even though you can't use her really outside of Chacona. Well, you can use her, but it's going to feel a little bit cope. It's really weird, because like, Cartethia is weird, because like, technically her performance in terms of damage is just the highest, but what happens if you want to move Chacona somewhere else? Your Cartethia just falls off a cliff and does nothing for your account? Yeah, I don't know. I feel like, what happens for tier lists? How should I put this? There's like 3 different ways you can make a tier list. There's the pull value aspect. There's a little strength of their actual performance. And then I guess you can like combine the two, which is kind of what we did. How worse would she be without Chacona? Cartethia, her damage falls up by like 40% if I remember correctly without Chacona. The thing about Cartethia though is that her baseline performance without Chacona is so high that it's like kind of fine. I have Cartethia R1, Chacona R1 for level R. Why do you have so many R1s? What the fuck? What's your opinion on my pulls? Why do you keep going for R1? Wait, what? Wait, R2 is where the value is. Why would you go for R1? My opinion on your pulls. R1 is Sig? Oh. Oh. Oh, wait, true. Alright, never mind. You're chill. Cartethia, Chacona, Ferlova, Contarella, Chongli. Chongli does nothing for your account, but the rest of the pulls are good. Augusta, Mortefi, Shorekeeper, Ferlova, Contarella. I don't know. You can throw like a Donjin in there. That could work. You throw a Donjin in there. You can do like a Verena in there actually if you want to. You can do that. Ferlova, Contarella, Verena. You can do let's see, Cartethia, Chacona, Arrow Rover. You got a strong count. Anyway, I think my method of evaluating what characters to pull for is the best, and if you think otherwise, you can suck it. Cool. We're on the same page now. All right, if you haven't already, check out the YouTube, join the Discord, hit the follow button, all that banger stuff. I'm out. Peace. If you disagree, make sure to rage bait me in the comments.